Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3 4. Check check. Testing 1 2 3. Testing mic 1 2 3 4. Testing 1 2 3 4. Check check 1 2 3 4.
You sound good here.
Right. Testing 1 2 3. Check. Mic 1 2 3 4.
Right there.
Testing 1 2 3. Mic 1 2 3 4. Testing 1 2 3 4. Check. Test 1. Testing 1 2 3 4. Mic check 1 2 3. Mic check 1 2 3 4. Testing testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Check 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 1 2 3 4. Mic 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Check 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 test 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 1 2 3 4.
Good there.
Testing 1 2 3. Check check check. Mic test 1 2 3 4. Testing 1 2 3 4. Check check check. Testing 1 2 3. 1 2 3 4.
Good there.
Testing 1 2 3 4. Check check check. Test 1 2.
Check, check. Can y'all hear me out there? Can you hear me out there now? All right. It is 6:30, January 30th, 2024. At this time, I would like to call the City Council meeting to order. We will start with Pledge of Allegiance, and invocation will be given by 6th Ward Council Member Will Forgrave. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'd ask that, excuse me, I'd ask that we take a moment of silence to pray or reflect or meditate how we see fit and think back on some council members and city staff who have lost some loved ones in the last month. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Will Forgrave. And Madam Clerk, if you will proceed with a roll call.
Mayor Mahoney,
Present.
Councilmember Robinson,
Present.
Vice Mayor Dancy,
Present.
Councilmember Gunn,
Present.
Councilmember Wood,
Present.
Councilmember Hunt,
Present.
Councilmember Forgrave.
Present.
All right. Looking for a motion and support for the adoption of the agenda.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Okay, Madam Clerk, if you'll proceed with the roll call vote.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dancy,
Yes.
Councilmember Gunn,
Yes.
Councilmember Wood,
Yes.
Councilmember Forgrave,
Yes.
Councilmember Hunt,
Yes.
Mayor Mahoney.
Yes. Okay. Agenda has been adopted. Brings us down to item number 5, presentations and proclamation. And we will start with a presentation by Riemann, LLC, of the City of Jackson's audit report for fiscal year ended June 30th, 2023.
Good evening. Thank you for your time this evening. Tonight, I just wanted to give a brief presentation overall results for the audit for this year. Again, for the year, we completed our audit last month for the year ended June 30th, 2023. So again, this information, remember anything in the report is dated. We're 6 months old now. We did issue an unmodified or a clean opinion on the financial statements, which is what you're looking for. As a part of that audit, there's a lot of things that go into that. Obviously, you have almost a 250-page document here, which, again, takes a lot of work and effort from city staff. Heather and her staff should be commended. Again, once again, it was a very clean process. Our challenges each year tend to be implementation of new standards. We did have another new standard this year. Last year, you might remember, we had the lease standard that had to be implemented. This year, it was subscription-based information technology arrangements, which is basically leases for your IT type arrangements. More and more stuff now is going up in the cloud. There's a lot more investment and contracts that are entered into that. We had to record that. There actually wasn't anything to record this year, but it took a lot of time and effort from Heather and her team in pulling information together, and then from our team in auditing that. So that was one new thing, and then we continue to have, from a single audit and federal awards perspective, still working through all of the ARPA funding, as well as this year you had a clean water state revolving fund that was also a part of the audit, and that we had to audit as a part of our major program. So from a federal awards perspective, we didn't have any findings in the programs that we audited. It was clean as far as that goes. Did have a couple of issues that came up related to findings come up sometimes when you end up when initial amounts have to be changed as a result of an audit. We did have a couple of issues related to that, but again, the financial statements are correct, so those items were corrected, and we have a path forward for making sure that those don't occur again. Overall, though, I would say very clean audit. You know, kind of what you're used to seeing, and very much appreciate the opportunity to continue working with the city. So, be happy to answer any questions that you might have. If you want any more details.
Council, do we have any questions? Okay, seeing and hearing none, thank you, and thank you to our finance department for another clean audit. Thank you. Okay, that brings us down to item number 6, public hearing, which we have a plethora of. Okay, so item A, looking for a motion and support to open a public hearing, to conduct public hearing to receive citizen comment on the city's housing and community development needs to assist in the development of the city's annual action plan for community development block grant and home investment partnerships program funds.
So moved.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Okay, item passes. And I will start by reading the rules for speaking before City Council during a public hearing. Number 1, each speaker will state their name and address. Number 2, during public hearings, the City Council may enact a timeline on all speakers to ensure that all present get an equal chance to speak. Council members may answer questions during this time. Number 3, each speaker shall be polite and courteous to the council and members of the public in attendance. While any speaker is free to express his or her opinion on any subject, no speaker may direct personal attacks at any member of the staff or council unrelated to the manner in which they perform their duties, use obscene language while addressing the city council, or engage in disruptive or disorderly behavior during a council meeting. Number 4, should the mayor determine that any of the items listed in number 3 occur, the mayor may declare the speaker out of order. Number 5, if a speaker is declared out of order by the mayor and refuses to cease and desist from disruptive or disorderly conduct, the mayor may order the person removed from the meeting. John C. King.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. John King, 203 3rd Street, here in the city. Happy New Year.
I was on Facebook. You know, sometimes I'll go around and look at different comments that people make, and like I seen one regarding housing and RIA and what I consider a grift and everything. And like one mother had written that she couldn't, her son couldn't stay with her. You know, she didn't say exactly why or anything like that, but it was sort of like, you know, allegedly you know, with all this money put in put in housing, like temporary housing, it's sort of like, you know, it's supposed to save lives. So another guy I talked with, I was actually talking with him in front of City Hall here, and he had a place he could go to. I think it was with family, but it was something, and this was when the weather was fairly nice, so he, for whatever reason, he just didn't want to stay with family or whatever the situation was at the time. So I think that's sort of a big thing, is like when we talk about housing, what exactly are we talking about as far as, you know, there was sort of the thought or the claim that, oh, we got to save lives. Well, you know, certainly these short-term housing aren't really doing that. Where it really gets ridiculous, TJ Sutliff had done a video, and she, this was a couple months ago. There were like 4 people, all probably men between 25 and 35 years of age. One you could clearly see, you know, he was really fit and everything, and she asked him, "Oh, what does this these pellet shelters mean to you?" And he says, "Oh, it's saving my life," which is absurd. And so when we talk about housing, a major part of the problem, and we can say affordable housing, but a lot of people can hardly afford anything. You get a single mother with multiple children, you know, it's, and if they're just working at like a local restaurant, it's really hard to afford anything. So, you know, what exactly housing we're talking about, that's sort of a big issue with this. So, certainly we might need more housing, but what's being pushed by like RIA and a lot of others just aren't, you know, the type of housing that, you know, we should put really big bucks into of city money. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay. Nicholas Thurston.
Hi. I wanted to speak on the, is the microphone on? Can you hear me? Yeah, I wanted to speak on the
I want to pull it down towards you a little bit, Mr.
Okay.
Thurston.
Is it better?
That's better.
Okay. I wanted to speak on the housing and community development needs in Jackson, Michigan. For several decades, there's been a complete and total failure of the social services programs. They often claim that they don't have enough money, and if you look at the records, you see the exact opposite. Like $1 billion this year, last year, the year before, next year, year after that. And a lot of these companies, I think, are intentionally stalling out people and not helping them so they can create the appearance of a crisis situation where there really is not one, and then have meetings like this that try to blackmail our local governments into spending a ridiculous amount of money on something that we don't really need, or things that we already have are not being used appropriately. For example, the Housing Commission was started decades ago. It's been on for a very long time. And when they first started, the population of Jackson was much higher than where it is right now. And they said, we'll be the end-all, be-all. We'll solve all your problems. Trust us, government. Give us land. Give us infinite amount of money. And a double standard on how our housing can be run. And look the other way when crime is happening. Don't prosecute our employees when they're embezzling millions of dollars out of the agencies. And don't make them hold their housing to the same standard as real landlords and private homeowners here in town. And it's created a complete night and day, black and white sort of double standard where real landlords actually do a very good job in Jackson of not discriminating. They at least try. They will work with people that have felonies or criminal backgrounds. They go out of their way sometimes to make concessions for people that normally would not be able to pass a background check or a credit check. They do sometimes give people a chance, which is amazing because a lot of cities, they don't. But when you find the Housing Commission, how it's been ran in the last handful of years, it's an absolute disgrace how much discrimination is happening. There's more segregation in Jackson now, probably than ever in history. Same thing with our schools. Our school districts are more segregated now than ever. The social justice warriors, or whatever you want to call it, identity politics, is having the exact opposite effect of what they say it's going to do. And people are being hired in these positions. They're being paid ridiculously high salaries, and they're abusing their jobs in a way that is more prejudiced than you would see in any sort of a normal housing-related environment. Normal mortgage brokerages do not behave that way. Normal real estate agencies do not behave that way. And normal private landlords do not behave that way. But when you look at the low-income housing programs or things that are being subsidized, they're off the charts with how much discrimination and abuse of their jobs is happening. The abuse of their properties. And it makes all of our neighborhoods look bad. It makes our city look bad. It makes crime go to a ridiculous rate, despite the fact that our population is 50% lower than it was at the all-time high. It doesn't make any sense. The stuff doesn't add up. I'm sick of the fake news. I'm sick of all the lies. And I'm sick of watching people that are otherwise legally eligible for the help not getting the help so they can run around and do more and more fundraisers every single year. There is one thing that nobody on this earth will ever be able to say about Jackson, Michigan. They'll never be able to say that the people of Jackson did not care about the homeless. There's been fundraisers every single year for decades. Since I've been alive, since you've been alive, since any of us in this room have been alive. And it's absurd when they sit here and say that there's not enough funding, and then we see that they're paying themselves $140,000 a year for salaries. And then they come in this room and say they don't have any funding. You look at their balance sheet, $25 million a year for Community Action Agency, over $100 million a year for Lifeways. Housing Commission, between $5 and $10 million a year. Where's all the money going? Who are these people, and what are they doing in our cities? And why are they trying to run our government like it belongs to them in a way that our local people have to compete against them for the same money and same land? We don't get answers when we ask questions. People won't even answer the phone. They won't call you back. But these guys get VIP treatment. They're running giant crack houses in every neighborhood. Where's the answers? That's what I want to know. Why did the police allow this to happen? Why has our city council allowed this to happen? Why did you guys sit here and let Marty Griffin knock down all the houses, the Democratic Party, and then turn around and say you're trying to solve the problem? Then complain that all the houses are gone. Who demolished all the houses? What funds were there out there? What grants rewarded people, our city, to knock them down in the first place? And I saw some of those houses, and they were not in bad shape. They could have been fixer-uppers. They could have been somebody's first home, and they're gone because they get to sweep. The city gets to sweep a little bit of money in the general fund. It's been completely unfair, and the way that the city of Jackson is going right now, I'm not sure there's going to be a city of Jackson in the next 50, 100 years. We are not that much different than Flint and Detroit and all these other cities that have hit rock bottom, where they've lost over 50, 60, 70, 90% of their populations, where all the jobs are gone, where they have every single year they're charting at the highest crime rates in the country. And Jackson is one of the cities on that list. And this used to be an amazing place to raise a family and grow up and work and do business and study. Without people like Keisha Hamilton saying all white people on the planet Earth are evil for no reason. How do you get voted in office and then act that way while you're at work? It don't make any sense. Why do you guys not pulled her off the boards by now? Why has she not been fired? Why do people double down? Do you want somebody to talk about you that way? Do you think that I would be silent if somebody was talking about you that way? Do you think that the council would be silent if somebody was talking about you that way? No. But when people are talking about John King that way, nothing. Radio silence. Who are the homeless people? Most of them are white. If that's not a clear sign that discrimination is happening, what more do you need? People are being evicted from their landlords because their landlords are making illegal demands on them. And then they're out here in the street, and the same people that kicked them out are the ones coming and saying they want the grant money. And they're getting it. And they're getting more land. They're getting more funding. Where's the justice for the customers? Why is Jackson not a safe place to go shopping anymore? You can't even go shopping here? I know when I walk into Walmart, they're not sorting me into a different line based on my body type and skin color. They're not sorting any of us into a different line. And nobody in this room will say that Walmart is a great company and they do a good job. They say, oh, they're a greedy corporation. I don't see them discriminating against anybody, though. What about McDonald's or Best Buy? Are they sorting people into different lines, saying that different people have different needs or certain people don't deserve things? No. What do they do all day? It's not unclear what Best Buy does all day. They're an electronics company. Name the top 20 nonprofits in Jackson and ask people what they actually do all day, and they won't be able to answer you. And that's where all of our money is going, $1 billion a year. So no, I don't support building more stuff or giving these same companies more and more money when they're already not doing a good job. Where's all the money been going in the last 10, 20, 30 years since I was born? Because I grew up under the impression that there was a shortage, that there was a scarcity, that there wasn't enough places to live, that there was a shortage of funding. And now when I look back, I see all these news articles about them bragging when they get multi-million-dollar grants and loans all the time. In the same time that they're saying to the news, oh, look at how rich we are, look how good we're doing, people I went to school with were begging for help in those lines, thinking they're on a waiting list and that eventually their family will get called. And I watched my classmates living in a totally different world than I did because they lived at places like Blair Park and Woodland Hills. And you already know what that means if you're from Jackson. I remember one of my classmates coming into school and crying because their mom had been stabbed to death there. And there was ongoing problems, and none of the management people did anything to stop it. It could have been prevented. Same thing with the people that are dying from the needle overdoses at the Reed Manor and Jackson Housing Commission. Their own employees dying on the property inside of the customers' apartments, and they want more money and more land? Inside of an American school zone, 2 lanes of city traffic separates the needle dispensary from Jackson High School. 10 feet? Why? Why is that the best place that Derek Dobies can come up with to put that sort of thing? You can't tell me there's no other place in the entire city limits? And then how does he run for office and win and get appointed to the school board across the street from the same people whose lives he's destroying? They're literally dying from these policies. So, I mean, I heard the proposals from Drive. Some of the things in there are a red flag. It sounds like they're trying to, they have an idea of what they want to do, but it sounds like a plantation to me. It literally sounds like they're trying to develop. If you want to do housing, do housing. If you want to do a labor program, do a labor program. If you want to do a needle program, do it somewhere else. But if the same area where a needle or a marijuana dispensary can't go up there, a bar can't go up there, a liquor store can't go there, but you let them pass out needles. And Narcan is its own drug, by the way. It is a very expensive drug that all of our government funding is going to pay for. And it's a more powerful drug than heroin because it can reverse the effects of heroin. That's how strong it is. So when people act like this is no big deal, it's not no big deal. This is serious stuff, and nobody's taking it seriously. And it makes our neighborhoods unsafe to live in. People try to order a pizza. If you try to order a pizza right now in the 5th Ward, you might not get it. Because the people will call you and say, I'm not coming to that neighborhood. It's happened to me before. I tried to order pizza at Domino's. They call me on the phone, hey, we're canceling your order. Because it was dark. It's like 6, 7 o'clock. And there's the people that work for delivery companies online talking about how they do not feel safe to even deliver there. They cannot safely work in these environments because they've been so neglected and that they've lived at such a double standard of how law enforcement treats them, how the city treats them, how they treat their households. Their landlord needs to be accountable, and they should want to. If they're a good company, or they're half as good as they say they are, they should want to be held to the same standard as every other type of landlord and private homeowner in town, or every other type of company. All of them. The shelters should want to be held to the same standard. They should meet and exceed that standard if they are or they say they are. There should be no negotiating or begging or complaints. They should just want to do it. They're getting paid enough to do it. They're getting paid more than everybody else in town. Double minimum wage between $20 an hour and $150,000 a year. That's a lot of money. It's a lot of people in Jackson. They're living off of less than half that. And their own customers they have zero wages, zero income. They might be eligible for food stamps or cash visits or something, but that's peanuts, really. Are being demanded to work for free 7 days a week under the threat of do it or I'm calling the cops. How is your company raising over $1 million a year to run a shelter, what you call it? You got dozens of rentals in town. You have an income. They have an income. They're getting donations. They have tons of support. They have a lot of volunteers. And then they turn to the customers and say, wake up first thing in the morning and run the kitchen. Go feed run our restaurant that's in our name and under our control. And if you don't do it, I'm calling the cops and I'm kicking you people out. The new construction they just did, most of that was labor from unpaid homeless people. That is human trafficking. That is slavery. And slavery is making a comeback in Jackson, Michigan because of the Democratic Party and people like Marty Griffin and people like you. And you look the other way, and you got the Michigan AFL-CIO in our city. They destroyed Detroit. They destroyed Flint. They destroyed Chicago. Where's the accountability? And you sit here and say, oh, we're going to try to find ways to make the population go up. You support the needle programs. You and your wife both supported it. Does that make the population go up or down? If you had to guess. Which direction does that go? Which direction does the population go when Keisha Hamilton is saying that all the white people on earth are evil just because of the way that they look? Her customers are kids.
You know how this is supposed to work. What data do you have to support some of the claims that you're making in terms of like the homeless and like the population of those who are homeless and all of that? Because I'm curious to look at.
You can look at a chart of the last 100 years of the city of Jackson population, and you will see it yourself.
Okay.
There's news articles. Some of the news articles are written by Will Forgrave, criticizing the Housing Commission, and also saying that there's thousands of vacancies in the city of Jackson rentals. There are thousands, and this is 10 years ago when the population was higher than it is now. So if there was thousands of vacancies then, and the population was at least 3,000 people higher, that means that there's more than likely thousands of vacancies right now too, right? So then why are we acting like there's a housing shortage? There's no shortages. And these companies know that there's no shortage. In the city of Jackson, you guys operate the rental registry. It's your job to know which apartments are empty and which ones are occupied. And you got people like Tasha Carter coming up here saying she's the first black person ever to do anything regarding housing in Jackson. City of Jackson has a park named after Elnora Mormon, who came into Jackson in the 1940s. And she was on the city council in the 1960s. She was appointed. And she was affiliated with the Housing Commission. And because of her work and her advocacy for housing, things like the Southridge Park, things like Shahans, where Mormon Drive is at the Shahans, it's named after her, and the Mormon Park that's also named after her, where Tasha Carter is hosting her events is, there's a huge plaque saying, here's who this park is named after. Elnora Mormon, city commissioner, 1960s through the 1970s. Her work was this. She was a fierce advocate for housing. So, I mean, a lot of this stuff just does not add up at all. You know, a lot of the data for these companies, it is public information, nonprofits. You can look it up on the IRS website. There's a lot of them in Jackson. They do these fundraisers all the time. Cool, do the fundraisers. Allow people to volunteer. Cool. But, you know, they're putting the burden on the wrong people. When they clock in, it's supposed to be their job to do that work. And they should want to do that work if this is really the population of people they care about. And the continuum of care, based on their decisions they're making when they're at work and how they're treating their customers and what our city is looking like now and the amount of people that are saying that they need help, when there's more funding now than ever in history, even though our population has lost 50%, stuff does not add up. So, yeah, I don't support these companies getting any more money. Honestly, I think they should be banned for 100 years if they don't change. They should be required to change or no more money or no more support from the City Hall for a 100-year period. And I'm not exaggerating, because they've done 100 years of damage to our city. And a lot of people's lives have been lost. People's businesses have failed. People that were leaving rehabs and try to turn things around died from an overdose because the same people that they're turning to for help are pushing on them to relapse. And I do support the customers 100%. And I do understand what they're going through, and I do listen to their concerns, and they're valid, and they are American people, and they deserve to be treated like American people. And our city has to step up and observe American laws like the Fair Housing Act, Equal Employment Opportunity, the Americans with Disabilities Act, the Violence Against Women Act, the Trafficking Victims Protections Act. It's not a suggestion. It's not a, well, if you feel like it, get around to it sometime. It's the law. These companies have to follow those laws. You should be supporting them and following those laws so they can actually meet the needs of their customers. We wouldn't allow any other type of companies to treat people that way. Your favorite restaurants don't treat you that way. The places where you live don't treat you that way. Your mortgage brokers and real estate agencies don't treat you that way. When you go shopping, nobody's treating you that way. If we were subsidizing Walmart for $1 billion a year and we walk in there and there's no food, we would say, I think something's wrong with Walmart. Or if it's full of food and they're saying that it's empty, you would say, I think they're lying. And that's exactly what we have going on here. And it's been going on for a very, very long time. And more people in this town need to stop being afraid to speak up about it. Because if you were homeless, then you saw it yourself. You saw it from the inside out. You saw the injustice, the inequality. You saw people getting paid buttloads of money to never do their job. You've been on waiting lists. You've been in food pantry lines. You see how people are treated and disrespected. And if they're getting more money now than ever from storytelling and not actually doing the work, then does our police force need to do criminal charges? Does the state have to get involved? Should the FBI show up? What does it take? We spent federal ARPA funds on a company that didn't even have a company. What sense does that make? Does not make any sense. This is supposed to be American Rescue Plan Act funds. But then things are just getting worse and worse the more you pay them. Does not add up. So if giving them more money is not the solution, then give them zero. Give them what they give everybody else.
Madam Clerk, did you have any emailed communications on this public hearing? Thank you. Council, any questions, comments, concerns from you during this public hearing? Okay, seeing or hearing none, looking for a motion and support to close the public hearing.
Oh, wait, I wanted to ask something. I wanted to say something. Did I miss that part?
During the housing public hearing? Did you fill out a?
Oh, no, I don't know how that's worded.
That's okay. I will allow it, since you called before we voted to close it.
It won't be nearly.
Take your time. Just make sure you state your name for us, and when you get finished, find one of these green slips for me by the door, and then just pass it to someone on the dais so we can put it on record, please.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to. My name is Shaquay Selby. Thank you. I just wanted to comment on the community development needs, particularly transportation. I don't know what goes into how transportation is established, but in terms of community growth, I find it really hard to believe that there's not regular transportation to go to Ann Arbor, especially since that's where the main children's hospital is, and given the black infant mortality rate is 6% higher than that of white counterparts. I really think that implementing something like that, especially in terms of growth of the community, access to health and access to education. Of course, that's where University of Michigan is. that something like that needs to be implicated. I strongly believe that's all I wanted to say. Yeah, that's it. So I just fill this out and give this to you.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Or anyone on the dais on the end
Okay.
would be great. Thank you. Okay. Will, you want to put that motion to close this public hearing back on the table? All right. Is there a
Support.
second? It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Okay, seeing and hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. For the sake of time, Madam Clerk, if you wanted to proceed with a roll call vote.
Vice Mayor Dancy,
Yes.
Councilmember Gunn,
Yes.
Councilmember Wood,
Yes.
Councilmember Foregrave,
Yes.
Councilmember Hunt,
Yes.
Mayor Mahoney,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes, brings us down to item B, looking for a motion to support to open a public hearing of necessity for Lansing Avenue from Stewart Ave to Clinton Road.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say the same. And motion passes. And public hearing is open. Same rules, ladies and gentlemen, from the last one. Diane Toman.
My name is Diane Toman, 512 Spark Street, Jackson, Michigan. The road construction of Lansing Ave can be a good thing for the residents, smoothing the roads out. It is a busy piece of road and traveled by many to get from the north side of Jackson and the northern portion of the county. However, it needs to stay 4 lanes from Yogi's to the point on Lansing Avenue. It allows traffic to move efficiently. It helps decrease the traffic on West North Street and West Avenue. 4 lanes provide a lane for the Budget Tire store to get deliveries, provide for ease of access with traffic for fire trucks, police cars, and ambulances to have safe distances to get around vehicles traveling on the roads. How are drivers exiting the International Hot Dog House going to exit the drive and turn to go north on Lansing Avenue? I couldn't remember from the pictures of if they had changed or not, the flow. I was looking at the engineer. Okay. Narrowing Lansing Avenue, other than removing the turn lanes, ruins the traffic flow of the north side of the city. By removing the turn lanes, you can change the sidewalks at the intersection of North and Lansing. Also, those coming into the city are used to having 4 lanes, except for the bridge, on the new bridge they put up until Andrews, when it narrows to 3 lanes. The water and sewer lines have already been replaced, so that's not something to think about. The right turn arrow needs to blink at a point after 8 or 9 p.m. also at the point, so one does not have to stop and wait for the light to change to green. This light rarely turned red until last spring after the meeting with Laura Schluttke about this project. Don't make our city a village by narrowing the streets. The streets have not been this narrow before. Even Chelsea has 4 lanes at the light at US 12 and M52. Some of you on the city council may think it's okay to narrow our streets, but it causes more traffic problems and accidents. The biggest cost will be to the church that can't afford it. They will probably close down. Also, when I see there is a project for MLK, does that also include narrowing that street? Thank you.
Michael, is it Coxbury? Roxbury. Sorry, Michael, that looked like a C.
No problem. I've been called worse. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to address you and the council. My name is Michael Roxbury, and I live at 5027 Brookside Drive in Jackson. And I'm here representing the administrative board of Calvary United Methodist Church, which is right there on the corner of Lansing Ave, right at the point there. Our building actually is addressed on Bacchus Street, but the whole backside of our church is on Lansing Ave. Now, it's a rather large and imposing building there, and many people may think, well, that church's got money. That's a nice building they have there. Well, the truth is that in the 60s, when the newer part of the church was built, we had over 400 families in our church. But since that time, we have dwindled down to, and through attrition, through our aging population, we have dwindled down to about 50 families now that are supporting the church. And the result is that we have this very large and expensive building to try and maintain with very limited amounts of revenue coming in. So like many churches, we're not unique in this endeavor, but like many churches, we are constantly struggling with maintaining our membership and dwindling finances, trying to maintain this very large building without a lot of resources. The soaring costs of upkeep and especially utilities, as you can imagine, a large building like that takes a tremendous amount of energy. It's an older building. It's not particularly efficient, although we have done a lot of improvements in maintaining the building, trying to make it more energy efficient. But we're experiencing difficult times in maintaining the church. To the point where we are struggling even to keep our doors open and barely able to sustain ourselves at this point. So the question becomes, should the city impose a special assessment on the church as part of the method to finance the reconstruction? As has been mentioned, it is quite likely that the church would have to close. The result, we think, would be a terrible disservice to the people on the north side of Jackson. This church has been here for over 100 years, supporting that neighborhood, supporting the surrounding area, providing services to the residents in that neighborhood. And all of that could go away in an instant. We don't know what the future holds for our church, but we can, with some certainty, know that if we were to receive a large special assessment to pay for the cost of the road reconstruction behind our building, that it's likely we would not be able to continue on. So it is for those reasons that I come before you simply to make you aware that as a representative of the church board, really out of necessity and self-preservation, we have to oppose the reconstruction. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, did you have any emailed communications on this public hearing?
I have 4 emails from different members of Calvary Methodist Church. Did you want me to go ahead and read those?
Yes, please.
Okay. Sandra Taylor, trustee. Regarding the assessment of Calvary Methodist Church property on Lansing Avenue, Clinton Road corner, to my knowledge, 1, there has been very minimal accidents on this corner and traffic flows well. 2, if 200,000 plus assessment is placed on this property, it will cause the church to close. A church has been a pantry for low income, 2, activities for the low income, 3, Sunday services for this north side of town, 4, mission projects for places like John George Hall and Friendly Home. Our neighborhood, as small as it is close-knit family, depending on us to help them. Depending on us to help them. We request that we be allowed to continue our services, keep helping our neighborhoods, and keep our services active, and that our assessment be deferred so that we don't have to close and leave our neighborhoods without our help. Thank you. Robert Colson. My name is Robert Colson. I am a member of Calvary United Methodist Church. While I am unable to attend tonight's City Council meeting, I would like to express my opposition to the reconfiguration of Lansing Avenue from Stewart Ave to Clinton Road. Calvary United Methodist Church may be a large building, but our congregation is mostly elderly and small. Most Sundays less than 35. Calvary UMC has a large frontage on Lansing Ave and cannot afford a large assessment. I am concerned that if this project is approved, the financial burden that it places on the church will force the church to close after more than 125 years of serving the Jackson community. Thank you for taking this into consideration. Jennifer Jew, to City Council members. No on proposed reconstruction on Lansing Ave from Stewart Ave to Clinton Ave. Our church leaders at Calvary United Methodist Church are opposed to the proposed reconstruction on Lansing Ave from Stewart Ave to Clinton Road. We strongly urge City Council members to vote no on this reconstruction proposal that is estimated at $324,566 to be shared costs to property owners along Lansing Ave. Our church is a nonprofit organization that runs on a limited budget, and our finances are stretched and struggling already. A city-imposed additional construction shared costs / tax of $15,000 or more would cripple and may close our church if we could not pay the bills. We do not support this unnecessary reconstruction of Lansing Ave. Please vote no on this proposal. Jenna Kiesler. To Jackson City Council, I am unable to attend the council meeting this evening. However, as the leadership chairperson at the Jackson Calvary United Methodist Church, I want to express my / our displeasure at the possibility of this street realignment. I grew up right across from the church on Lansing Ave, and the alignment of Lansing Ave and Clinton Road coming together at the point was there more than 75 years ago. Everyone knows it's almost as a landmark. When someone asks where our church is located, the response is the big church on the hill at the point where Lansing and Clinton come together, and they know immediately where it is. We get that you have government money that needs to be spent, but this is not the road to spend it needlessly on. There are many other roads in the city that are more traveled where you could spend the money. As for the assessment of over $300,000 that would be levied on our church, that would be a devastating blow, one that we cannot afford and will close our church. As for the other businesses that will be affected, it may close some of them also. Please do not go forward with this ridiculous proposal.
You know you gotta put what public hearing you want to speak about on here.
This is B.
Oh, okay, my apologies, I didn't see that. Mr. Bournemouth.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mahoney, I want to say that the comments about narrowing Lansing Avenue and restricting flow, I actually believe that those are accurate. Anytime you narrow the street, you're going to restrict the flow, and Lansing Avenue is a major entrance and exit from the north side, so you know that. In terms of churches or any other nonprofits getting special treatment under special assessments, that's not something that's done. There's no legal way that you can do that. And if a church has gone from 500 families down to 35 people, and they have this huge church, maybe they should sell that real estate like any other business that's closing. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. King, is that for this one?
Yeah.
Come on down.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure what those letters that were read, if they're saying, oh, please, city council, assess everyone else, but because we're a church, give us an exception. So, the booing, the church, or the letters and everything of the church, because they're a church, that wasn't called for. I know there's I've seen the mention of road dieting, dieting, kind of gives off the, oh, this is good, where maybe for me, dieting would be good for me. I think that's true. But with roads, I think it was Patrick Birch, when Marty Griffin was last mayor, his last 2-year term, that road dieting started getting tossed around. Derek Dobies used it. And like a lot of roads, it's where they're coming from, boy, if we diet, if we make the road narrower, that's less road we got to plow, or when we redo the road, it's less road we got to, put asphalt or whatever in there. There's having roads that are narrow, because right now I would say I live on a road that, with the amount of traffic, it's kind of narrow, and there's problems with that. Maybe even for children, I always worry when you get these narrow things that, maybe there's children when there's cars parked there that you got to watch out, go really slow because children might be there and stuff like that. So that's my big concern, is when we start using road dieting, the suggestion just by narrowing the road that's good, that doesn't necessarily follow. Maybe in this case, narrowing with the plan might be good, but I'm just kind of concerned that, putting in dieting there means, oh, it's automatically good. So I've heard the concerns, like when Laura had the meetings there, and I think the council should take all those concerns. I'm sure you probably will, into consideration. But again, just because it's a church doesn't mean, they have less of a concern than, just any old other people that might be getting assessed. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Council, what questions or comments might we have during this public hearing?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Wood?
Is it, I can't imagine that of a $325,000 total assessment, this parcel would be hit with $325,000 or even $200,000 of it. And I'm wondering if any of the city staff could help enlighten me as to that.
That's a good question. I'm vamping until the boys look up and with a head nod and know the answer.
Have to get to the microphone first. The estimated assessment.
John, I
roll-
don't think that microphone is, sorry. There we go.
Okay. The estimated assessment roll that engineering has put together, we have the estimated value would be $25,000 on this parcel.
$25,000 total over the.
Out of the 324,000 total roll.
Okay, thank you. And that is, those can be paid amortized over a 10-year period, is my understanding, correct? So we're talking about $2,500 a year plus interest. Correct. Okay, thank you.
The church.
Sorry, Mr. You said the interest rate was 2.3%? I believe that's about accurate right now. Do you remember what our interest rate is?
So we wouldn't be looking at that interest rate until we got closer to time of confirmation. So whatever today's rate is not what it's going to be when it's time to confirm that roll.
All right, play it safe.
Thank you for that question, Councilman. Any other questions? Okay, seeing or hearing none. Okay, seeing or hearing none, looking for a motion and support to close the public hearing.
So move.
Moved and supported. Any discussion? Okay, seeing or hearing none, all in favor say aye.
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 All opposed say aye. Public hearing is closed. We do need to vote on this resolution, correct?
Yes, we do.
Okay, looking for a motion and support on the resolution for Lansing Avenue.
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote.
Me? I did.
Okay, Madam Clerk, if you'll proceed with a roll call vote.
Mayor Mahoney,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
No.
Vice Mayor Dancy,
Yes.
Councilmember Gunn,
Yes.
Councilmember Wood,
Yes.
Councilmember Hunt,
Yes.
Councilmember Foregrave.
Yes.
Is that still on display on the screen?
Yeah, my screen is gone down.
Okay.
So I'm waiting for it to get back down.
Take your time. just hold tight, or you want me
No,
to move
just,
forward?
I think if you wanna just, if you wanna just go ahead and say it passed 6-1.
Okay, motion passes 6-1. It'll be displayed on the screen shortly. Madam Clerk, let me know if you're ready for us to move forward or if you want me to hang tight.
I can record it.
Okay. All right. So we will move to item C, looking for a motion and support to open a hearing of necessity on MLK from South Street to Morrell Street.
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say aye. Public hearing is open. Same rules, folks. James Minnick Jr.
Hello, my name is James Minnick Jr. I have the parcel 1207 South Martin Luther King Jr. Drive. I'm just against any kind of assessments and any kind of new taxes. I don't want to labor on that. I'm just opposed. I guess if I was going to play devil's advocate, I'd say, as the dumb voter, it kind of troubles me to see stoplights that already work being taken down and then re-put up with just a different type of an arm that already do the same thing, but we ain't got no money for my roads. We got some stop signs that already say stop, but now we're going to put some LED lights on them with some apparatuses, but you ain't got no money for my roads. There's one of them flop cameras in my yard, illegally, mind you, because the contract was signed illegally. But do what you want with that. But anyway, there's a flop camera in my yard that perhaps could be recording my license plate and maybe at a later date even finding me or somebody else that I'm paying for. But yet you ain't got no money for my roads. Again, I'm just a dumb voter. But we're broke. The country's broke. States are broke. Municipalities are broke. Now, you got the right and the legal ability to create bonds and millages and assessments and all this, that, and the other, but it's an illusion. It's hocus pocus economics, guys. I'm not going to do too much more other than say that the rubber is going to hit the road soon. Let's try to keep everybody employed, and let's try to keep essential services up. But we're getting a less and a fewer tax base. We're getting less money, and yet we're trying to do more. We better be careful because the cliff is here. Now, I'm going to be okay. I've never been married. I got no kids, and my life has been one large tragedy. I'm going to be okay. But when y'all lose your lives as you're comfortable with, you guys are going to be in trouble. And I don't even care about none of y'all because we did this. I did this. This is my fault. I've been in jail. I've been in rehabs. I've done all the things that really, I've been homeless. I've had food stamp benefits. I've done it all. I'm the reason that we needed the money. It's my fault. I take responsibility for it. But these kids that are 18, that are just now starting to vote, they're like 34 trillion what? I don't know what we have to do to fix it and change it, and it's not your fault. It's none of your guys' fault. But our country is in trouble, and we're bleeding. And whether you're black, white, we bleed red, all of us. Thank you.
Miss Kathy Moore.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Moore. I reside at 1513 South Martin Luther King Jr. Drive. And I have a couple of things to say. I'm going to start off with this. This is the first time I've been where it was a public hearing where you could just talk. It's usually 3 minutes is what I was used to. Okay, I like this one. All right. I like this. Okay, I'm going to start off with this. Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. You get my address and everything? Okay. I've been retired for almost 20 years. So therefore, I am on, which I hate to hear, a fixed income. So when I got this letter Thursday, when I came back from a meeting, I opened it up and I looked at this letter. You're asking for almost $1 million for the people on Martin Luther King Jr. Drive for construction. What is the construction? What is the hearing of necessity? I guess it's the necessity because nobody knows what is going on that live on the street, technically. Okay, so, you know, and what exactly is the plan for this construction? I don't know what that is. I do know that I cannot afford this, whatever the assessment will be. It says not to exceed 15,000. I can't afford that. Say $10, I'll give you that. But I really can't afford 15,000. And I know that when the previous mayor was here is when MLK CIA was first thought about. And it was supposed to be where there was not going to be, from what I kind of remember, an assessment on the residents or the people on MLK Drive because of the MLK corridor. I know that what the city got over $7 million so far for the streets, whatever they're going to do. I know that MLK CIA has approximately over 11 mil. So together, I'm sure that you can come up with a way to take this million that they almost need and do what was said and not oppose this on, not put this on the residents of Martin Luther King Jr. Drive. It's not that many of us in the first place. It is not that many of us. I'm on a block, and I'm the only house with a person living in it. I have a slumlord, and I have a vacant house. So I don't know what, how all this plays out to where I would get charged or who's going to pay for theirs. And then there's a church across the street. And then the next block is a gas station. The next block is a house and, no, it's 2 houses and a building, So there's not that many people. There's not that many residents that actually live on MLK. And you want almost $1 million. The city is wanting almost $1 million from the residents. That is going to throw us, yes, I'm going to say us, into dire straits, similar to what the church is going through. Now, the church could maybe go to Historical Society and help. I know with COVID kind of messed up a lot of people, but I think that information should be given to the residents, to the people that's on Martin Luther King Jr. Drive, to explain exactly why you need this almost $1 million. Because I have an idea, because I kind of look around and listen, but I have not been officially told. I printed out the resolution street reconstruction paper, and that still doesn't really tell you that much, only that it's going into effect, basically. So I really, really would like for this council or the city to get with MLK CIA and figure this thing out. Because if the city is getting ready to tear up my street and MLK CIA is going to tear up my street, somebody needs to pay for it, but not me. Thank you.
Don't be trying to make me laugh up here, Mrs. Moore. I've got some questions that I'm going to ask that will answer some of your questions, but I'm going to wait to get through the rest of the rest of the comments, just in case some of the same questions come up. But some of the concerns that you have will be addressed. Hopefully, all of them. Okay. Brian Mashburn.
I live at 101 Mitchell, corner Mitchell and MLK. So since approximately August of last year, I've been watching them come down, survey the road. No idea why they're surveying, what they're doing. Finally get a hold of somebody in the city that can answer. Oh, water line replacement. So Friday I get home and I open my mail and I got this lovely little letter here that says, screw you, we're going to do what we want to do. That's the way I feel about it. I feel the decision's already been made. If you spent all this money to survey everything and use the phrase water line replacement, now we're going to tear up the street. There are streets in Jackson in much worse condition than MLK. Granted, getting down towards Wall Street, it does get a little sketchy down there where it's tore up. I will agree that. You got a street in a section you're talking, approximately half the properties there are vacant properties. You take me, I've owned my house for 3 years outright, and my taxes have increased threefold since I bought it. Now you're wanting to give me another possible $15,000 assessment. I know it's not going to be that high, but I can't afford an assessment as it is. I make okay money, I survive. But this money you want to charge me for an assessment, it can help me put a roof on my house. It can help me update my siding. So the city will get off my case because your siding's dirty and ugly. You need to correct it. MLK committee, great idea. Nobody knows what's going on really. Just as this assessment. Nobody knew anything about redoing the roads until Thursday. So what's going to be done when they do the roads? How long is it going to take? Where am I going to park? Because I can only park on a street. I don't have a driveway, as a lot of other people don't have. I don't think it's something we should do. This is the poorest part of the city you want to do $1 million road work. We'd all like nice roads. We would. But I think it can be spent better. We have a very high crime rate over here. Very high. I listen to the gunshots almost daily. Yep, they pick up, they drop off. I'm not worried about a road. Make my neighborhood safe. You want to put streetlights all down First Street, what, 20 years ago? Didn't work. Why can't we get some streetlights? We got streetlights all the way down Cooper Street now. So people can see when they go into the highway. That's why they put headlights on a car. Let's use this money for something better than repaving a street. Or at least be upfront what you want to do, because I feel somebody's hiding here. There's something being hid here. It starts out, we're assessing for water. Why do you spend all this money to survey a property? Because I know it cost me $1,500 to get my piece of property surveyed. I would hate to think what the city just spent for a survey, because they don't do the shit for free, and it's been done they've been there 3 times. I'm opposed to it. I got a church across the street from me that's trying to do bigger and better things. They've been working on it. They can't afford it. There's about 30 members to that church. They can't afford it. I don't think anybody on my neighborhood can afford an assessment. Now, do the assessments hit houses the same as they hit vacant lots, the same as they hit the King homes? Are the assessments equal across the board? Or is it based on the value of your house? Because we know an empty lot's only worth $1,000. How are these assessments figured out? Who's paying for it? That's what I have.
Chelsea Poole.
Hi, good evening, everyone. To the mayor and the city council, thank you for allowing this time, and good evening to everyone here. I just had a couple of questions regarding the assessments. I just found out about the assessment for MLK. Someone was asking me some questions about it, and I came just to kind of get some information, just for edification. I do know that there's an open door policy, and I'm very familiar with how the city works, and know that I can call and ask. But just because of the late hour that I saw this is the only reason why I'm kind of coming today and asking instead of making a call. Okay. I wanted to find out, and I do commend the city for taking the initiative to apply for the grant for the raised funds. And I was wondering if there could be a little bit more information sharing. There's concerns that were mentioned today. I think that there's kind of sometimes just a little education that people need on how assessments work, how it's broken down, the percentages over time. I know that we talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion a lot, and it's diversity, equity, and inclusion is more than just gender. It's more than race. It's how we get information to people, how that information is accessible. So I do think that perhaps there could be a little bit more outreach. I know personally I'm going to take the initiative to try to inform people and then explain to people when I can, how things work. But I think it would be helpful if before information is sent out, and I understand how things are historically done, but maybe there could be some changes just to provide that education, that outreach to people so they can kind of understand. And I think it would alleviate, some of the stress and anxiety that people may have from, getting notices and things and not really understand, how the assessments will work. But I wanted to find out if there's some place where the actual raised grant, do you have information where how the funds are going to be allocated, how it's broken down? And also, too, how does the assessment come into play with the actual allocation of the grants? I also wanted to know, too, and I'm pleased that MLK is receiving the attention, the corridor is receiving the attention, but I also wanted to find out if there could be some other efforts or if it's included in this amount of money. Is it just for MLK or is it for Prospect, one of the major arterial roads? Will it include some of the collector streets like Merriman and High Street, some of those streets that need attention? I also want to know if some of the Paisley scores have been taken into consideration for the quality of the streets, the Paisley scores that MDOT take when they look at the streets, because I do know, say for instance, Merriman is a very bumpy street. So I'm not here to, criticize or anything like that. Like I said, I'm pleased with any amount of improvement. I'm not affected directly by the assessment. I don't live on MLK, but I am in the area. I live on the east side, but I'm in the area probably 75% of my day, or my week. And so I grew up on the south side of Jackson. I love the city of Jackson, every part that I've, lived in. I do just want a little bit more effort into making sure that, people understand. And like I said, I will do all I can to make sure that I, share information and knowledge, but I just hope that those items are addressed, that you can just go ahead and clearly explain to everyone how the assessment works. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Jimmy Williams.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Board. I'm Jimmy Williams. I stay at 119 West Addison. I got a problem with this proposal. First of all, is that if you go around Jackson South Side, look how many houses we got for sale. First of all, if I got a house handling business, so now you raise my assessment up, you give me more taxes. What I'm gonna do? raise the rent. If I raise the rent, now I ain't got nobody living in my house. Then all of a sudden our houses is vacant. You know, you got Mr. Baltimore, you got Mr. Walsh over here. Like that, everybody's on fixed income. And can't nobody afford this. And then the one thing they don't know, you plan on trying to shrink the street. You're trying to make it smaller. Then you're trying to put parking spots in front of our businesses. And then one thing you don't know, he spoke on the water line. The water line ain't got to be fixed for 20 years. I had a guy come out my house on 1030 Francis. He came out and he dug up my street. I got poor water system. He said, we ain't got to do this for 20 years. We got 20 years to get this done. So one thing about it, everybody's not being faithful and truthful, because the guy I talked to on, it was in front of my business doing the survey. He said, oh yeah, we're getting ready to shrink this, and we're going to put parking spots in front of these businesses. And they did a survey and everything, but I think that you should, first of all, another thing, I didn't even get none of these letters. Somebody emailed this to me. I got 2 places on Francis, didn't get none. There's a lot of people that didn't get it. Maggie didn't get it, I didn't get it. And I think that you should really talk to the people on MLK, because you know what? What's going to happen is, y'all putting all this money into this place, it's just going to go to hell. It's going to go right down to be a ghost town. People just going to leave it. And that's what's going on. If you look around, everywhere, everybody's house is for sale. If you go down MLK, you got 1, 2, 3. You got like 6 houses down there for sale. Like that young man said, he got a parking lot. He got a vacant lot. And he got paid $15, on a lot. If you go down to MLK, how many lots is down there? You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of them. That's more than you think. But then you looking for $1 million for what? I mean, I don't see nothing wrong with my rail down to South Street. I drive down it every day. Every day. I ain't got no potholes. I mean, ain't nothing wrong with that street. Nothing. I got a house on it, and I got a business on it, and ain't nothing wrong with it. And I said, so why should we fix something that's not broke? Because make who happy? Because if you wanted to make it blacker, get some tire and just make it black. We don't need all that to get done. For what reason? Y'all not benefiting us at all. Well, like I said, it's going to be a ghost town. And y'all thinking that it's going to work because y'all want $1 million to make the street. Ain't nothing wrong with that street. I can understand if it had potholes or had this and that. Right up and down to yourself. Most of y'all do. You ain't complaining. Y'all the city. If you was complaining, you'd say, hey, city man, go over there and put a pothole, fill that in. You ain't doing that because it ain't there. So why is we asking for this money for it? It don't make sense. And I live right there. And I think that to be fair, you should go to everybody on MLK and get a vote from them. Because like you said, a lot of people, she can't afford it. I can't afford it. And if you do raise it up, I'm barely getting rent now. So I'm going to say the rent's going up. People going to move. So that's all I have to say.
John C. King. Now you asked a lot of questions, Jimmy. Don't run off before we answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. John King, 203 3rd Street here in the city. I do work like right on MLK. I know a flat camera was mentioned, and I know it's going to be something that'll be a nuisance, like doing mowing. So I know MLK during that stretch, some people have mentioned that the road's not that bad, and I believe at some time in regards to this work, someone mentioned almost like there should be a road fit for a king in this stretch. So, do we really need a road fit for a king, or if some work cannot be done so that a lot of people that are having trouble affording this work I think maybe the road doesn't have to be fit for a king, but, that's just me. But I think some of these other people feel that way too. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Madam Clerk, did you have any email communications?
I do. Dina Morgan, street construction assessments on MLK Drive, vote no. Ellen White, this email is being sent on behalf of New Macedonia Baptist Church in response to letters we have received from the City of Jackson concerning a special assessment for the street reconstruction you are all planning for the MLK corridor. We are definitely opposed to such an assessment. You are planning a multi-million-dollar revitalization project aimed for that area, which is one of the poorest in the city, or there would not be a need to revitalize it. But you want to come along and assess property owners to the tune of nearly $1 million to pay for it. That is ludicrous in no uncertain terms. The New Macedonia Baptist Church owns the church and 3 vacant lots. We are the same nonprofit that has no tax base and who have strategically been left out of receiving any of the MLK revitalization monies, but sit in the center of the MLK corridor, but now would be expected to pay thousands of dollars to have a special assessment because you want to repair the street. Again, I say this is ludicrous. Having spoken to your city engineer, who informed me that we have running water and other utilities at the church, and that is why we are included. Well, there is no running water or utilities in usage on our vacant lot, so that doesn't make sense. Again, I say this is ludicrous. This is a big resounding no to any street reconstruction involving property owners to pay for any special assessment. Aaron and Angelina Schutz. Good morning. Thank you for your work in seeking to improve public infrastructure in the city of Jackson. As the property owners of 1315 South Martin Luther King Jr. Drive, we believe that the section of street in question is in quite good condition, especially in comparison to other streets in the city. This seems to be an unnecessary project when other streets are in much greater need of reconstruction and lays an excessive burden on the homeowners in the area. As such, we oppose the street reconstruction project.
Does that conclude the communications, Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Council, I know I've got a list of questions to ask, but what questions do you guys have?
Well, I guess the question's probably the same as you have. We'll refer to the engineer, so I think a lot of the questions you have, he can answer those questions, and if there's any more, I can chime in. You don't mind? Okay.
Is what, Mr. Mayor, is one of them the Pacer rating?
We can start with that if that's the question.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's my question.
Would it be helpful if John came up and just gave like a brief overview of what's going on?
That was going to be my first question.
Why don't you come up, John?
Come on down. Oh, no.
Well, it's not now.
Oh, did I get it?
Earlier twice.
Well, one of the things, it was proposed to have a public hearing on the construction of Martin Luther King at the,
Could you identify yourself, please?
yes, I'm John Dowling, city engineer. And the presentation to talk about what the road construction, what was proposed in the RAISE grant and everything was planned to go on the January 16th meeting. There was a notice in the newspaper, everything else, and then that got canceled. Because it needs 15 days notice by the law for the Federal Highway Administration Act, we could not hold it in today's meeting prior to the hearing of necessity, so I've got it scheduled for the February 13th meeting. And the clerk, Andrea, has already put the notice in the newspaper and everything to go, so we meet the 15-day notice for that meeting. That being said, with what we're looking to do, actually it was requested of engineering to put together a raise grant in 2022. We did that and was not successful. We did not receive the money and everything. Then we went back in 2023. City Council actually adopted the resolution of support for the raise grant in February of 23. I figured it was going to go the same way as the first one also, that we were not going to stand a chance receiving raise grant money, which is spread across the entire United States. I believe there was 4 that received money in the state of Michigan. City of Jackson was one of those. I was actually shocked that we did receive money. One of the things with this, the PACER rating question was asked. Yes, this has probably a PACER rating of about 6. You know, does it need to be reconstructed as far as road construction for a PACER rating? Not at this time. It's built 30 years ago. Probably maintenance is going to be needed on it, but, you know, to come in. But this is not a project to just, you know, reconstruct the road and everything else. The raise grant money was given because what we're trying to do is change the entire aesthetics and the maintenance, or how the road functions. Right now, it is a wide road that was built. It's difficult for pedestrians, people that live on either side of it, to cross the road. It is, you know, just mainly a thoroughfare for people cutting into the city from the township to the south, or just how to get out real quick, or how fast they can drive inside the city through there. What we're trying to do is to narrow the road using some traffic calming measures, because if you have a 12-foot lane that you're driving in, but then there's a center turn lane with nobody alongside you, and there's a parking lane over there, it looks like you got 30 feet to go in. And if you've got that much room, that gives you the feeling of safety and that you can go faster than what you would normally go. If we narrow up the road, you've got your 12-foot lane, there's a 12-foot lane coming back at you the other way. We're removing the center left turn lane throughout most of it, except for at the signalized intersections. That will slow people down in going through there. Plus, by narrowing the road up at the intersections, it gives more green space that's there. Somebody asked about streetlights. This project is planning, and with the raise grant, to put new streetlights like are on North Cooper on this project in this stretch. There will also be the bike path, similar to like what's on West Michigan Avenue, all the way down through there, that will connect to the bike path that cuts through on the Martin Luther King Street. The Martin Luther King Equality Trail bisects this project south of High Street. And so the path on the west side of the road will allow people to move along on that and then connect to that trail that goes east and west across the city, kind of on a southwesterly, northeasterly angle, basically, following the old railroad grade. I guess what other questions do you have?
What's the total cost of the project?
What we're looking to do, when they built it in the mid-90s, they did not change anything with the water or the sewers or anything. So we're also looking to replace the water and sewer and everything. The raise grant that we received is $6,785,000 to rebuild the road. We're also going to be doing the utilities and everything, which is probably going to be another $6 million. So the entire project is in the range of probably about 12 to 13 million once we rebuild the whole thing. It's proposed to go construction over 2 years. So from Morrell to High Street would be built, and then from High Street to South Street would be the second year of that, building the utilities and the roadway itself. Consumers is not too happy with us because they've got large power lines, and they're on the west side for the north half of the project, and they're on the east side on the south half of the project. And we're going, we don't want a bike path that jogs all over the place. We want it just on one side, so you have to move your poles. And so they would be moving everything that's north of High Street over to the east side, which would allow us to build the path and then have the street lights on the west side. Several of these items are going to be in the presentation February 13th with some graphics showing you what I'm talking about and everything also.
Will one of the graphics show how long the stretch is? How long are we talking, John?
It's a mile roadway from Morel to, and it shows you on the first slide, but to put a mile on the thing, it's just kind of a skinny little, it's going to be up on the board when it's actually presented. So it's hard to envision that, yes, this is a mile of roadway that we're looking to reconstruct.
Can you tell me the number of parcels?
The estimated number that Troy gave me a number, and I believe it's 142.
How can you estimate a parcel? You don't know how many are there?
No, he gave me the number, but I wasn't entirely paying. I know it's over 140, but I didn't remember the exact number.
Can you help kind of explain how the assessment is, just roughly, how the assessment is calculated? It's, what, $94?
That's what I was just looking at. If it is $1 million that would be assessed over the length of the mile, you assess both sides. So that's 2 miles that you're dividing into that $1 million, which comes out to $94 a foot. That number is about a third of what we were assessed when we did Franklin Street, because I looked that up real quick to just compare. So because we've got the raised grant, we are not assessing all of the construction costs. We only assess the portion that the city has to pay for. And it's based on the frontage.
And it doesn't matter if it's vacant or not.
Yes, except there is the SEV cap that is on there that's in the assessment policy. So a vacant property has a low value. It's not the same as if you had a house or a business on that property, and so it'll hit the cap on those properties, and probably a number of the houses, depending on the value of those, have the possibility of hitting the cap also.
So it'll be assessed at a lower rate is what you're saying?
Yes. And then the city-owned properties that are along there, some of the vacant properties, that would just all be part of the city's costs that we have to pay.
Say that one more time.
There's properties that are currently owned by the city, some of those vacant ones.
So the vacant lots owned by the city,
It'll be
the city has
calculated
to
as
take
if, yeah,
that assessment?
yep.
Okay.
Those assessments, it just calculates everything as what the front footage is, no matter who owns it, and then you look at who owns it after that. And so then the portions that are the city, then we have to pay.
So what about properties that are owned by like King's Community Homes? They're still assessed the same, correct?
Are they assessed like others, or I don't know about the King, I don't know. That goes to the assessor.
So, public schools and government entities are exempt from, or they can opt out of paying special assessments. But private entities do have to pay into that special assessment. So I'd have to look at that specific company to see whether or not they would qualify for as a quasi-governmental entity. So that's something I'd have to look into. But
they're not under Jackson Housing Commission, sir. Okay. Thank you for for answering that question. Can you, and I know you kind of lightly touched on it, but can you, again, just kind of go over briefly, like, what this reconstruction includes? Is it just street reconstruction?
No, it actually, we're going to be replacing the water mains and the sewers in there. So there'll be a lot of excavation going down, replacing pipes. I don't know what the condition of gas mains are, but many times when we're doing major projects like this, if the gas is not, if it's an old pipe and everything, if it's not been replaced recently, consumers will be replacing the gas at that time also. And but I know that they've got to move the power poles and part of it also. And so there'll be a lot of construction work that goes on beyond just building the actual curb and pavement and everything.
So not just replacing stoplights, but street lights will be added as well, you said, correct?
Correct.
So what's the time limit?
Hmm?
What's the time limit? About how long would this take?
At least 2 years, probably starting in April and going through September, October for the first year, and then repeating the same thing, doing, because of the length of it, a mile of road, as you're building several blocks of water main, then you have to take a week or two to test those and get services connected back in. While they're doing that, they will continue moving down for the next couple blocks. But it just, it takes time to get the water main, the sewers in, get them tested to make sure that they meet the health codes and everything else before you connect them up. And so that's what we're looking at. Because of the difficulties in doing water services with the federal grant money projects that get bid through the Michigan Department of Transportation, we're looking to do the water services, getting the lead services and everything, all of that taken care of this year so that they're done. It's a similar thing that we did with East Michigan Avenue, so that we had all of the services changed over from lead to copper before MDOT is looking to do any projects on East Michigan Avenue. We're looking to do that same thing so that the lead is all out of there and it's all copper pipes on Martin Luther King. So that's what we're looking to do this year with that project.
Are you talking about going to
So-
individual houses also replacing the water line, or just mains?
No, the water lines by state law, under the lead copper rule, we have to go into the meter itself now. We cannot just stop out in the street. That has to go into the meter of the house.
So tonight, we're voting on whether this project's necessary. This is a
If it's
hearing of
necessary to
necessity.
change the condition of the road.
Right. When do we expect to vote on or confirm the assessment role itself? Do we have a schedule in mind if this were to pass?
Now, right now, we got the grant money. We have design started. It'd probably be bid in the like February, March of 2025 is
Okay.
what, and so we would be back at that time, March, April,
Sure.
to get the role confirmed and then the contract approved.
So over a year from now, we'll be likely confirming this assessment role if we move forward with this, is what you're saying. And can you explain
Yes.
the difference to people while we're up here?
Of
Of whether we're a hearing of necessity and a assessment confirmation.
hearing a necessity, when we have that, we're asking the city council, do they determine that for the type of project and type of work that we're looking to do, is this necessary to even go forward with design and the putting together the bids, the assessment role and everything. Then if they approve the hearing of necessity saying, yes, it is necessary to proceed with this project, if we do that, then we come back when we receive actual bids and then have the assessment role analyzed and approved or denied. If you deny it, you basically kill the project. We tell everybody, we're not spending your money. Yes.
Just have one question.
Yes.
Also, if we don't utilize this raise grant, should council say we don't want to move forward, what happens?
We just stop the paperwork and the money stays with the federal government.
So we have to give $6.7 million back.
Well, we've never actually received it yet,
Well,
so.
I mean, well, it's
Yeah.
approved.
Yes.
But
Basically.
It's
it's
committed.
not like we can take this money and utilize it on something else.
No, it's
Okay.
only been approved for this project. And
That's what I was.
if
that's
this
what I was
project
asking.
dies, that money dies.
Mr. Mayor, can I expand on that a little bit? Because I've worked in government for over 20 years now, and I've heard that a lot, where, hey, we got to use this money on this project, can't be used anywhere else. I wish it were different. I wish the grant makers, and especially the federal government, didn't put out programs like this that got people excited to do streets and communities, and then have a bunch of strings attached to it with the different areas that it can be used for, and their own strategic priorities at the federal level that don't always align here at the local level, where we just want streets done. I can't remember all the details on this one, but we needed to demonstrate some need, which of course we did with this project and our successful award. But it is frustrating. I do share the community's concerns, because get in our cars tonight, we'll drive around on roads that also need to be fixed. They're just, well, we think they need to be fixed, and we know they need to be fixed, that the federal government just doesn't share that same opinion. They have an opinion that they want to do certain roads in certain areas at certain times. And so this is where we're at. It's not fun, but I believe, in my opinion, it's better than the alternative of getting nothing and doing nothing.
Council, did you guys have any other questions for John?
The residents on MLK Drive, and I know that it's been about 30 years ago, had to pay assessments at that time, right?
Correct.
And then now we're back 30 years later wanting to do another assessment to take care of the street repair. I don't know. It just seems, I'm sharing every side. I understand the improvements. I understand the betterment for the road or the drive. But it's a hard hit. I mean, 15 years ago they went through, or I'm sorry, 30 years ago they went through an assessment, maybe 10 years or so, of paying that. And now here it is 20 years later and we're coming back to them again. So I'm really torn. I understand both sides, but I don't know. I'll decide how I'm going to vote with this. But I'm also concerned about the roundabout that's there. I mean, I hear it quite often, and I see it personally because I'm in that area probably 90% of my time now. But people just barrel through there, I guess. I mean, I don't know if that's the right word. How is this change of the street going to help or improve? I know that happens because I go through roundabouts when I'm carrying my kids around, but and it's happening all over. But I know specifically if you're coming up, going west on Morrell Street, you're coming up the hill, right there at the intersection. You can't hardly see what's coming, so you do have to stop there because that's just so much. I mean, looks like they speed up coming through there, honestly, to coming down the hill. But I know they're going downhill, and then we're coming up the hill from Morrell Street headed west. So it's really dangerous, and I know that it's happening in other places, but I just don't know how that is going to play into this narrowing of the street and, what is it going to help with that problem there?
That's where I was talking about the traffic calming of that, because it's the northbound traffic that you're describing that's barreling through there. And right now, as they're driving along, they have a parking area alongside them, which sometimes there's cars in there and sometimes there's not.
Right.
And there's the center turn lane next to them. So it makes it feel like it's real wide open and that they can go faster. By bringing the road in and narrowing things, that will give them a feeling of that they need to slow down a little bit for the safety of the road and as you're going through there. Because right now, it's built almost like, not quite the same as South Cooper, but some of that gives you the same feeling, and the speed limit on South Cooper is 50 miles an hour. And here you're trying to tell people you can go 30, but it feels wider than what a 30-mile-an-hour street would be, and so traffic is going to go faster. And so, if they drive it properly, yes.
So if you narrow a road, they have to drive it properly. I'm sorry, people today don't drive responsibly properly.
Council, did you guys have any other questions?
What's gonna happen with the money that MLK CIA have for the street?
That's the raised grant. That's the raised grant? So it's the same money. It's not a separate pot of money. No, ma'am. It's not a separate pot of money. It's the same grant that was awarded.
Does there have to be an assessment in order to get all those federal funds?
Did you want to comment or you want to just ask a question? Sorry, it looks like we have a late comment. The public hearing is still open, so if you want to come up to comment, John, thank you. If you wanted to come up to comment, just make sure afterwards for me that you fill out one of these forms.
Yes, sir. My name is Ricky Johnson, and I was just wondering if you narrow the streets, we already can't get out with the roundabout backing out of my mom's driveway. We about to get killed backing out of there now. So if you narrow the street, it's really gonna be over for us. So that's just the truth. Like, kids can't cross the street as it is. So how you gonna narrow the street and then somebody coming up there and get hit?
So I think that's part of kind of what he was saying, is that narrowing the street is going to slow that traffic down some. But I would leave that to him to explain, and I think there'll be another opportunity to hear in depth the details of the plan at the next council meeting.
Yes, sir. Yeah, because we ain't get a.
So this is just to discuss the necessity of actually calling for the assessment calculations and continuing with bids to figure out the rest of the project. This is not a final vote.
Okay.
Just so you know.
Thank you.
So I do have one quick question, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
Actually, John King mentioned this. So is the portion that the city has to come up with a match? Is there a match requirement under this federal grant?
I think that would be a question for John.
In the application with the federal grant, the RAISE grant, it was a 90-10.
Okay.
So we have to come up with 10% of
Yep.
the cost.
Okay. So then that addresses the question about, do we have to contribute a portion? So the answer is yes. Okay. Right.
So you had to put the proposal in before getting like approval for the grant, okay?
Yep.
So that was mainly what I was trying to understand.
When did this start? When did this process start?
We passed a resolution to go out for the grant roughly a year ago.
John, is that accurate? I don't think that's accurate. I mean, the total project, including water infrastructure improvements, is closer to 12 million. Council, did you guys have any other questions, comments, concerns? Okay, seeing or hearing none, we'd be looking to entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say aye. Motion passes unanimous. That brings us down to the resolution for MLK, the necessity resolution. Looking for a motion and support.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote.
Lisa left. She told me not to do that.
Wait, let me see if it's hidden somewhere.
No, mine's not coming up either.
Hold on.
I got the vote box. I already had it once.
Nothing, Madam Clerk.
No, it didn't show up for me.
It's weird because it says vote current item on one of my screens, but it doesn't show me. It doesn't show me where it's at. It doesn't show me the box. Madam Clerk, if you'll proceed with a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Robinson,
No.
Vice Mayor Dancy,
Yes.
Councilmember Dunn,
Yes.
Councilmember Wood,
Yes.
Councilmember Hunt,
No.
Councilmember Porgrave,
Yes.
Mayor Mahoney.
Yes. Okay, motion passes 5-2. And that brings us down to item D. Looking for a motion and support to open the public hearing of confirmation. Looking for a motion to recess as city council and reconvene as the Board of Review.
So moved.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion?
Why are you doing that?
Seeing or hearing none, clerk will tally and display the vote.
Okay. It came up for
Oh, those are confirmations.
Okay, item passes unanimously. And let's see here. Madam Clerk, any communications on this particular public hearing?
Not this one, though.
And I don't see any written in front of me. Council, do you guys have any comments on this public hearing?
Glad to see us doing this. I think it's 3 or 4 years in the making after we did most of the rest of Oak Ridge. There was roughly a 100-yard stretch that wasn't complete between Glen and not even to Grovendale, but just a small section of it. So I'm glad to see us completing it, and I'll be voting yes.
Mr. Mayor, there's a extraneous R in Oak Ridge in the first whereas paragraph. I think that's a de minimis change, but I just wanted to flag it in case it has any legal significance.
Thank you, and the clerk has that noted. Any other discussion?
No.
Seeing or hearing none, looking for a motion and support to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say aye. Next, we will be looking for a motion and support for row 3441.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes unanimously. It's okay. We're gonna work around it. Okay, that brings us down to item 6E, looking for a motion and support to open the public hearing of confirmation of special assessment road number 3442 Blakely, Elm Street to Orange.
So moved.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say aye. Public hearing is now open. Madam Clerk, do you have any written communications on this issue?
Marco Vital, 1607 Blakely Avenue. I am protesting the reconstruction of Blakely Road and my assessment for a new road at 1607 Blakely Ave, Jackson, Michigan, 49202. I am on a fixed income and cannot afford that type of payment. I want to file an appeal and when and if this assessment is voted on to go through.
Okay. Council, any comments? Okay, seeing or hearing none, the clerk will, looking for a motion and support to close the public hearing. It's been moved and supported. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed the same. Public hearing is now closed. Looking for a motion and support on the resolution for the special assessment roll number 3442.
Support.
It's been moved and double supported. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Okay, got the screen working as you can see, passes unanimously. And that brings us down to item F, looking for a motion and support. Motion and support to open the public hearing of confirmation for special assessment road number 3443.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed the same. Okay. Any communications on this special assessment? Okay, none written. I don't have any before me. Council, any questions?
No.
Okay, seeing or hearing none, looking for a motion and support to close the public hearing. Support. It's been moved and supported. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed the same. All right. And now looking for a motion and support for the resolution on special assessment roll number 3443. It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, clerk will tally and display the vote. All right, item passes unanimously. Okay, looking to get a motion and support to convene our Board of Review and reconvene as a city council.
Second.
It's been moved and supported. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed the same. All right, thank you very much. That brings us down to item number 7, citizens' comment. I'll start, as we always do, with reading the rules for speaking before the city council. Number 1, each speaker will state their name and address prior to addressing council. Number 2, each speaker is limited to up to 3 minutes during the citizen comment portion of the meeting. Council members will not debate or answer questions at this time. Number 3, each speaker should be polite and courteous to the council and members of the public in attendance. While any speaker is free to express his or her opinion on any subject, no speaker may direct personal attacks at any member of the staff or council unrelated to the manner in which they perform their duties, use obscene language while addressing the city council, or engage in disruptive or disorderly behavior during the council meeting. Number 4, should any speaker cause a breach of the peace through their conduct, the mayor may declare the speaker out of order. Number 5, if a speaker is declared out of order by the mayor and refuses to cease and desist from disruptive or disorderly conduct, the mayor may order the person removed from the meeting. Number 6, each speaker may speak once under public comment and may not yield their time to others. Nick Thurston.
Hi, Nick Thurston. I live here in Jackson, Michigan, 5th Ward. Again, as I mentioned earlier, I'm calling for the removal of the needle dispensary from the Reed Manor property, and any sort of needle dispensary related businesses in the 5th Ward that share the intersection of Stewart Street and Wildwood with Jackson High School need to be shut down. If you would not allow a marijuana dispensary to be there, or a liquor store or a bar, it doesn't make any sense that one of these types of companies is operating in the same area. They are encouraging the drug use and drug dealing in the neighborhood. They're doing it themselves. Their employees are doing it themselves. A lot of them may be attempting to recover from whatever addictions they have, and then they are, for whatever reason, relapsing. But it should be enough evidence that these programs do not work, and they're having the opposite effect of what they're being advertised to the public. Anybody that's sitting on this side of the room, when those things were approved, should have had the basic common sense to say, I think this is a bad idea. We should not go through with this. There was, I don't think, any risk management or consideration for the potential harm that could be caused to the Jackson Public School Zone or the customers of the Reed Manor or anybody else in the 5th Ward. And it has led to increased homelessness. I've talked to people that I thought were homeless because they're living outside, and they said that they are not homeless, that they do have a place to live, but because their faces have been put on TV or their addresses have been talked about by people that run the drug programs, that all the drug dealers know where they live, and they're afraid to go home because people are banging down their doors trying to get them to relapse into drugs. So a lot of what you were seeing, and whether they're at the parks or street corners or any part of town, is being, I think, drastically misrepresented by the people that work in the industry. And recently we are planning to do the homeless count. I'm not participating, but the people that are leading the homeless count today are also the same people that installed the needle program in that area in the first place. And they aren't passing out needles when they find homeless people that are outside. These things are not compatible. They gave an interview to Bart Hawley. They did not mention at all that they're one of the founding members of the needle dispensaries in Jackson. But they do mention that they're part of a church and that they're part of the Community Action Agency's homeless count day thing. So a lot of people are part of multiple organizations, whether it's a board member position or full-time employment or a volunteer or a consultant, and they pick and choose which ones they show publicly. But yeah, like I said, these things are not compatible. It's destroying our city, and is also making the companies themselves break down internally and poses a risk to the people that are working there, creating a hostile work environment. All right, thank you.
Mr. Hastings?
Good evening. I just wanted to amplify and build on a little bit what some of Mr. Thurston's comments. So this January 8th, we just passed the 60th anniversary of the federal war on poverty, the so-called Great Society that was introduced by President Johnson. He got everything he asked for. He had an overwhelmingly favorable Congress. And here we are 60 years on, and it kind of looks like the war on poverty won. And that is not the responsibility, the accountability. It's bigger than all of us and everyone in this room. But when you look around the city of Jackson, and there's, in addition to obviously what transpires in this room, there's a huge ecosystem of nonprofits. There's so many. I hear about new ones. The more I pay attention, the more I learn of. There's so much overlap of an attempt for the betterment of where we see the part of the city that is in decline, is in significant social decline. And on top of that, when you look at that, there's and we talk about anti-poverty, there's almost a bewildering maze of public financing, public groups, public-private, and yet we're just, you may win a skirmish. It seems like we rarely win battles, and it seems like we're losing the war. An example where this was transcended, I've talked before how if you look at the cities on the West Coast, you look at San Francisco, Los Angeles, Seattle, and so forth, they're spending in excess of $1 billion a year on homeless programs, and their homeless counts just goes up since they started spending in a big way about 8 years ago. So the one place in the United States where that seems to have been transpired is there's a place called Haven for Hope. You can find documentaries and really interesting information about this in San Antonio. It was public-private, but the one thing is they pulled in all the nonprofits, and they dealt with homelessness and rehab and recovery and job training in a very comprehensive way. I think the guy who's been here a couple times, he's talking about possibly taking an interest in Jay Wilson. It's kind of echoing that, but it's larger than that. But I mean, I think, look, you're here to do the business of the city. This comes around every 30 days. There's all kinds of different stuff. You do the business of the city, but I think there's just sort of a sense on the larger picture that, even when you're conducting the business of the city, that we still keep kind of sliding down this slippery slope. So I would just really, that's about it for me.
Steve and Sweeney.
Steve Van Sweeney, 1920 4th Street, Jackson, Michigan. You don't have to look hard or long around our city to see that we're starting to decline. And it was mentioned about losing residents, that loses tax base. Too often we have unintentional consequences in the things that we do. And many that spoke before me tonight identified issues, and many times is it something we need to do? Is it the right thing to do? And I think we need to consider those issues. Mr. Mahoney was elected with less than 10% of the registered voters in Jackson. That's not speaking well for the registered voters in Jackson. I should not be able to rent an equivalent property in Ann Arbor cheaper than I can rent one here in Jackson, and yet that's true. We can find a lot of different resources in the city. Everyone knows what we have problems with. We have problems with streets, crime, water rates. It's just a myriad of things. We need to attack them systematically, and we need to look at them and decide what is the right thing to do. North Elm Street is pretty bad. Do we need to repave Martin Luther King? I know the monies are applied, and that's great. Use the federal funds, and whatever we need to do to make those funds available to us, do that. But don't keep putting more and more on the citizens. A section of 4th Street was redone a number of years ago in front of my property, and my assessment was quite high, and I think everybody else was experiencing the same thing. I don't think it's appropriate that we should continue to put this burden on our citizens because we're only going to run them out of town. The last council meeting was canceled, and I heard 3 different reasons. Can't we get it straight, okay? Landlords are charged, and they have come up and said several times that they are not, the city is not following the enforcement issues properly, and an attorney even said that they're not following it in a way that follows Constitution. So there's one thing left open, and that is there's a precedence in northeastern Michigan where an entire mayor and city council was recalled because they weren't doing the will of the people. They weren't doing what they were supposed to be doing.
Nancy Smith.
Feels good to stand up. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, council members and staff. My name is Nancy Smith, and I'm bringing you greetings from State Senator Sue Schenk. She is starting her second year serving District 14. As you probably know, District 14 is includes most of Jackson County and a good bit of Washtenaw County. My job is called Constituent Services Aide, and I do most of my work right here in Jackson County. You won't see me too much in Lansing. So what I will do for her, one of the things I will do is from time to time attend city council meetings. And sometimes I can bring you news from the legislature or from the senator's office. The main thing I'm going to do is listen and take notes and report to the senator on what's happening in Jackson. It's just a good way for her to keep up on what's happening in the city, on Jackson's priorities and challenges throughout the year. So please, any of you, feel free to reach out to Senator Schenk's office if we can help you in any way. Thank you.
John C. King.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. John King, 203 3rd Street here in the city. Again, Happy New Year. You know, it's still January. Congratulations on the Football National Championship to Michigan. Good job by the Lions. You know, their season ended too short, unfortunately. As far as all the excuses, like for the canceled meeting, you know, I heard them and I knew none of them were true. You know, the losses, which, you know, my condolences to, you know, any of the losses, but it's not like, you know, just because one person here, you know, had a loss, maybe couldn't be here, that, you know, the meeting had to be canceled. But then that's not the real reason the meeting was canceled. The meeting wasn't canceled because of the weather. The real reason was that Shalonda Hunt couldn't be here. She had a strange that situation where she had her city hall or her city council member position scheduled at the same time she was doing her Jackson Public School Board member position. Now, I did, you know, see the meeting, and she tried to get the JPS board to move their meetings to Monday nights. Now, you know, she suggested when she first started, like I think it was 3 years ago, that JPS did their board meetings on Monday. Jeff Beal said, oh, we've done it, you know, Tuesdays for a long time. So what turned out to be, you know, the fix of her getting the job, and kind of what can confirm, I knew the fix was in, you know, before she was appointed. When you all knew that she had the conflict with her board position, she's got 2 more meetings with conflicts just like in the next 4 months, where maybe this, you know, the GPS board is going to come to her rescue and try to do something there. So, you know, the lies about that, you know, are just unfortunate. You know, So, 3 soldiers were killed. And then, with Connor Wood, he voted, in the electoral college for Biden. Now we got all these problems, and too bad our 6th Ward member didn't
Thank you,
mention
Mr.
them.
King.
So, God rest their souls. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Jeremiah Hanna.
Well, about bathrooms, when it's midnight, there's no bathrooms, and the new shelter that you guys did, I tried to go over there and they wouldn't let me use the bathroom because I was a resident. I tried to get in, but I couldn't get in, and I gotta wait until March for the other shelter, so I have like no bathroom to use. I was like pretty much have like no bathroom to use. Well, I know you guys got a bathroom here. I was just waiting to say that is because after everything closes, I have nowhere to go to the bathroom. I don't want to go to jail because I can't go to the bathroom. That's pretty much it.
Diane Toman.
Diane Toman, 512 Spark Street, Jackson, Michigan. As we have all heard tonight, we need to look at how we as a community can upgrade our roads. One idea might be to change the way the residents pay their assessments, not placing them on their summer taxes, but let them pay the assessments monthly until they're paid off, thus not affecting their mortgage payment. Let's look at Elm Street as an example. The assessment of $3,000, which was discussed at the December meeting, $3,000 divided by $50 a month would be 5 years. However, we need to know the approximate cost broken down in a line item estimate. Also, let's see a line item estimate of how much it will cost to resurface roads rather than reconstruct the whole street. All of these estimates need to be placed on the city website for all residents to view. Second idea for a source of income to the residents to help improve the roads is to disband the DEI Commission from the City of Jackson budget. These funds can help decrease all residents' assessments for road improvements all over the city of Jackson. An example again, using Elm Street, decrease the assessment for each resident by $1,000 to $2,000 divided by 50 is only 40 payments or 3.33 years. This may be more palatable for the residents. I do think that the residents do understand that they have to pay for part of these assessments, but they just can't. So dissolving the DEI might be a way for the city to help the residents. The current process is not working, so we all need to open ourselves up for ideas. With all the millages coming up in 2024, it's doubtful a road millage would pass. Thank you.
Peter Bormuth.
Peter Bormuth, 142 West Pearl Street. Jennifer Bittinger was here and spoke against the Democrats and for the godly Republicans back in the last November meeting. I know that's a long time ago, but I had already spoken, couldn't respond. So I'm going to respond now. Let's look at these people that she wants you to support. Let's start with Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, Republican from Louisiana. This godly man has Southern Christian slaveholders on both sides of his lineage. He wants to make abortion, contraception, and no-fault divorce illegal for women. Seriously, he wants to take you women back to the 18th century when you couldn't get a divorce. He believes homosexuality is an abomination deserving of capital punishment. He wishes to remove the teaching of evolution and climate change from our public schools and replace them with the Bible and creationism, and wants to cut Social Security and Medicare, leaving the social safety net for our most vulnerable population to churches and religious organizations. Or Ron DeSantis, former Republican presidential candidate and governor of Florida. This godly man wears 4-inch heels so that he stands taller behind podiums at political events. But he signed a bill making drag shows illegal. You would think he didn't like men in heels, right? DeSantis believes that white Christian children are too sensitive to learn what their ancestors did. So he banned schools from teaching black history and teaching the Christian-inspired genocide of Native Americans. You know, maybe the black kids in Virginia who were bred and sold and marched in chains to Alabama, Louisiana, and Texas to clear fields and pick cotton were too sensitive for that fate. You know, maybe the Native Americans who were taken from their parents and placed in Christian schools where they were stripped of their language, hair, culture, and physically and sexually abused were too sensitive for their fate. I remind people that no wrong can ever be righted until it is first acknowledged. Or Congressman Tim Walberg, our congressman. In 2004, this Christian pastor campaigned on the declaration, "It's a sin to be gay." Walberg went to Uganda this October to support Uganda's Anti-Homosexuality Act, which penalizes homosexuality with capital punishment. Walberg described himself to the crowd in Uganda. "I don't see my life first and foremost as a member of Congress. I see it as a missionary for the Lord Jesus Christ." Walberg commented, "Whose side do you want to be on?" "God's side. Not the World Bank, not the United States of America, not the UN, God's side." So I've handed all of you a resolution condemning the idea that homosexuals should be
Thank you,
subject
Mr. Bormu.
to capital punishment just because
Thank you, Mr.
of
Bormu.
their sexuality. You all have it. I sent it to you, Connor, and an email as well.
Thank you, Mr. Bormu. That concludes our public comment for the evening. Brings us down to item number 8, petitions and communications from city staff and other governmental entities to be accepted and placed on file. Looking for a motion and support for item A, City of Jackson, Michigan financial statements as of and for the 5 months ended November 30th, 2023.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes unanimous. That brings us down to item number 9, looking for a motion and support for the consent calendar.
So moved.
It's been moved, and we'll pick somebody to support it out of the two who moved it.
Oh.
Oh, and Ms. Arlene also supports. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the votes. Item passes unanimously. We have no other business. That brings us down to item 11, new business. Item A, looking for a motion and support for the approval of the corrective action plan for actual expenditures exceeding the amounts authorized in the budget.
Second, support.
It's been moved and second supported. Any discussion on the issue?
I have a question, Mr. Mayor. The 2023 1540-108 number, I guess I need just clarification. Is that for the previous year or is that for the current year? That deficit?
So what we're talking about is the fiscal year that ended in June 30th. So what we're talking about is the fiscal year that ended June 30th, 2023. So the gentleman who got up and spoke for our audit, he was addressing this issue.
But we have things in place now to not.
Yeah. It was created due to a accounting change.
Okay.
Any other questions from council? Seeing or hearing none, clerk will tally and display the vote.
I don't have it. I don't either. Okay, now I do.
Item passes unanimously. Brings us down to item B, looking for a motion and support for the approval of the deficit elimination plan resolution for the Special Assessment Capital Projects Fund.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion on this item? Seeing or hearing none, clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes unanimous. That brings us down to item C, looking for a motion and support for the JNet interlocal agreement.
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion on the item?
Just a quick question. This is for their participation with us?
No, actually, kind of the opposite of that. Our participation with JNet. This is an annual agreement. We sign it every year about this time to fulfill the bylaws of JNet require us to have this agreement on file each year. And there have been no changes at all to it since the signing of it last year.
Okay, but it's for us to participate?
Correct, us to be a member of the Jackson Narcotics Enforcement Team.
I was confusing myself, but I just wanted clarification. Okay.
Any further discussion on the item? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes unanimous. That brings us down to item D. Looking for a motion and support to approve change order number 2 to the Perrine Street reconstruction contract with Concord Excavating and Grading Incorporated and the increased amount of $63,385.86 to balance the contract quantities to match the quantities placed in the field and authorize city manager and city engineer to execute the appropriate documents.
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion on the item?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Just in the interest of time, considering items D, E, items D, E, and F are all to balance quantities in the field, I'd like to make a motion to accept items D, E, and F as a bundle in one vote. We don't have to.
Items D, E, and
F.
F. I think because there are dollar amounts
Yeah.
included in that we should
Yeah.
probably take them individually. But I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm with you in spirit. Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes unanimous. Brings us down to item E, looking for a motion and support to change order 1 to the MLK Equality Trail West to Prospect contract with Dunnigan Brothers in the decreased amount. No, you okay. I just wanted to point out that it was a decreased amount on this one. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, clerk will tally and display the vote.
I did. I'll do it again, though.
Okay, item passes unanimous. Brings us down to item F, looking for a motion and support to approve the change order 4 to the 2023 HMA pavement patching contract with Bailey Excavating in the increased amount of $3,320.76.
So move.
Support.
Moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes unanimous. Brings us down to item G, looking for a motion and support for the resolution for the grant agreement with the Michigan State Housing Development Authority.
So move.
Support.
Moved and supported. Any discussion on this item?
So, I gotta slow this down because I gotta win some money here. So, yes, I understand the $250,000, but can you someone can just explain what all that covers inside that $250,000 grant for a home? I'm talking to you. Take your time coming up here. Take your time.
First, Fred.
Good evening, council.
Good evening.
It'll be similar to our current rehabilitation program. It'll just pretty much model the existing program we have. Very fortunate to be able to add on top of what we do have to help more people. There will be some admin in there also, so we'll take care of the admin cost to pay for administering the grant.
So does this also cover things like appliances? Some, maybe. Don't tell me that. I know it does.
Furnaces, roofs, water heaters. We could look at that. There is some money in HUD guidelines for ramps, but that's part of a different pool of money.
I have a quick question. I have a resident that needed repair for the garage. It is part of her home, but is that something that would be covered?
What type of repair would she be looking at? Roof?
Roofing.
It is possible. Typically, this is meant for the home itself versus secondary structures.
Yeah, she does use the structure, and it's probably not safe, but it is part of her home. So I've already spoken to Corey, so I'm sure he's handling it.
Okay.
Yep.
There are income guidelines, and they are going to follow, well, they will mirror what we have currently for our major components and emergency hazard.
Council, any other questions?
No, I have none.
We have an application, pretty simple application process. Staff meets with the applicant. They go over proof of income, look at how many income sources there are in the household. They confirm that they would qualify within the guidelines. And then one of our specialists, Mr. Harrison, goes to the property, assesses the work that needs to be done, and then we put it out for bid. And once all the bids are in, the bids are awarded, and it usually goes on as a second mortgage onto the property. And then typically there's a forgiveness period for the work, the dollar amount to have the work performed. The cap is $25,000. If it's over $25,000, we have to come back to council and ask for approval.
Thank you, Shay. I don't hear any other questions.
You're welcome, Mayor.
Hearing no other questions from council at this time, clerk will tally and display the vote on item G. Item passes unanimous. That brings us down to item H. Looking for a motion and support to approve the 2024 to 2028 Parks and Recreation Department Master Plan and Resolution of Support. It's been motioned and supported,
Okay.
one way and then the other. Any discussion on the item?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I'd just like to say as a Parks Board member, Connor, that the Parks and Rec Director, Kelly Hoover, and Grant Bauman worked tirelessly on this for months. I think it's going to serve us really well, and we got a lot of input from local residents on it, and I'm really happy with the outcome. I'll be voting in favor of it.
Without objection, I'd like to request that the clerk record Mr. Forgrave as having made the motion and myself as having seconded.
Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
I will be abstaining from this item on the agenda due to a conflict of interest with the Board of Education.
Okay. Any further discussion?
None from me.
Okay, seeing and hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Okay, item passes 6-1 abstention, and that brings us down to item I, looking for a motion and support to approve the sale of city-owned property located at 600 West Biddle Street to Rehab Your Home LLC for the amount of $6,050.
So moved.
Moved and supported. Any discussion on the item?
None from me.
Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Okay, item passes unanimous. Brings us down to item J, looking for a motion and support to approve the sale of city-owned property located at 1034 Williams Street to Rehab Your Home LLC for the amount of $3,000.
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion?
Yes, Mr. City Manager, just Rehab Your Home, any idea where they where they located at? He left. I don't know. He left. That's okay.
I don't have any intel on this purchaser. I do know that the last offer we received on this was in April of 2023. I'm guessing this is probably a rehabber and possible flipper.
Any other discussion on the item? There we go. Out of Inkster, Michigan.
Inkster.
Yes, sir. You beat me. Couldn't type that fast, Will. Okay. Clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes unanimously. Brings it down to item K, looking for a motion and support to approve the resolution and fee schedule for the fire inspection safety program.
Support, yeah, motion.
Motion and support. Discussion?
Could we get a little background from Chief in reference to this, please?
Yeah, sure. To start, just to remind council, in 2022, we really reinitiated our fire inspection program and hired a fire inspector. At the time, Tyler Whitehead, who was one of the firefighters, received the promotion to the fire inspector. And over the last year and a half, roughly, he's really been building the program from almost starting over. It's been 2005, 2006 is when we really last had a formalized fire inspection program. So with that said, over the last 15 years roughly, a lot of our properties, businesses in the city have not been receiving an inspection on a regular basis, which under the fire code and city ordinance, we have the authority to do those inspections. So as we started looking at this, one of Tyler's recommendations was to implement or update a new fee schedule. Well, when we started looking at where's our old fee schedule, through the city attorney's work and hours and looking, we really could not find that we had a fee schedule in place. There probably was one at some time, but we have not been able to put our fingers on it. So we met with city attorney, had some conversations with the city manager, and ultimately bringing this fee schedule to council. And under the resolution, I'm sure the city attorney could speak to it as well. City ordinance does state that it is the council's responsibility to approve a fee schedule for fire inspections. And in the attached drafted resolution, it includes that language, so we're bringing this to you today for your approval. We did look at other communities, comparable communities, and I will say and I think Deputy Chief Gonzalez would agree, what we are proposing here today is very reasonable in terms of comparing to what other communities are charging for similar services and inspections. So I think if we're gonna do these inspections and do them properly, we have to have a schedule in place so businesses know what to expect.
Is there I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, is there a timeline that this is for businesses to have their facility inspected, fire inspection, right?
Correct. On the schedule, we included some, at the bottom of the page, some footnotes kind of outlining under this program at this time, the inspections the goal would be on a biannual basis. And they would only pay an inspection fee when they are inspected. So there could potentially be a business that may be inspected once every 3 years if it's really at the fire inspector's, not his discretion, but his ability to get around to the over 1,000 businesses in the city that will be inspected and how quickly he can get through those, which some of that he's still learning. Right now, in 23, he inspected roughly 350 businesses, and that was him kind of getting his feet under him to not only learn how to do these inspections, and at the same time he was receiving the training, the certifications, and was in there, which took him away, a couple weeks at a time. And so he fully inspects, he'll be able in that ballpark of 500 a year, ultimately is his goal.
Oh, so like when you go ahead. When you are doing inspection, when you get the fee, so would this be something like the money goes back into the program and just it helps pay for all the things that you need to do administration wise?
Yeah, well, the revenue as it's set up in working with finance, it would come in revenue to the to the fire department general fund budget. So yes, in theory, it would help fund the program through the general fund. And just so you're aware, and so the public's aware too, the way we've set this up is they have the inspection fee, and if there are deficiencies noted in the inspection, they are given 90 days to come into compliance with that, and there is no fine for having violations. Where there would be an additional fine, and again, it's outlined in the fee schedule, is if after those 90 days they are not in compliance. And one thing important currently under the ordinance and state law, businesses could be issued an actual misdemeanor violation for fire code violations with a fine of potentially to $500. So again, these fees outlined in this are really part of our discussion, and hope is can address deficiencies through this fee schedule and not issuing misdemeanors to business owners with potentially higher fines that could be imposed by the courts.
Is there another fee if we have to go back in 90 days? So is that two inspection fees?
They receive the initial inspection fee, they're given 90 days, and if we go back and they're not in compliance, they would receive a violation under this and fine under this fee structure. They would be given another 90 days from that point, and it's built in, it is talked about down below the schedule. The fire inspector would have some discretion to work with those companies after that 90 days to get them into compliance. So no, there would not be an additional inspection fee beyond the 90 days, but if they do not come into compliance, there could be additional fines, after 6 months. And there's really some discretion on the fire inspectors on, again, how long, if a company does not come into compliance with state law and the fire code, how long do we give companies to come into compliance? So he'll work with companies, and he has been doing that in this first year regularly, where he's working closely with companies to get them into compliance. Because one thing, without having a good solid program in place for many years, a lot of these companies are learning along with him on what types of violations there are and what they need to do to come into compliance. And it's right now, it's kind of uncommon on a first visit that a company is completely in compliance with the fire code. And a lot of them, it's small things. They gotta have a lit exit sign. They're missing a fire extinguisher. The doors may be deficient. There's lots of areas under the fire code that someone could have a minor violation in. And he's getting those corrected ultimately for the safety of the people in those businesses, the employees as well as the citizens.
Okay.
Council, any additional questions? Okay, seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes unanimous, brings us down to item L, looking for a motion and support for the approval of proposed rezoning map amendments.
What did I do here?
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Passes unanimous. Brings us down to item M, looking for a motion and support for the approval for Mary Tallman to raise money, excuse me, to restore and preserve the Dr. William H. Palmer Mausoleum in Woodland Cemetery.
So move.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? This place used to freak me out when I was little. I used to live next to that cemetery. Okay. Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. You have no idea. Okay, passes unanimously. Brings us down to item N. Looking for a motion and support for change order 1 of the drinking water state revolving fund fiscal year 2023 improvements, an increased amount of $41,437.27.
So moved.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes unanimously. Brings us down to item O, looking for a motion and support for the grant of easements to Jackson County for construction of Mike Levine Lakeland Trail Extension on city-owned parcels.
So move.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes unanimous. Brings us down to item P, looking for a motion and support for the approval of the Jackson Public School millage proposal and supportive resolution to provide earmarked funds to operate a system of public recreation and playgrounds with the city of Jackson.
So move.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Okay, item passes 6 and 1 abstention. That brings us down to item Q. Looking for a motion and support to approve Amendment 1 to the WWPTP culvert engineering contract with Fishbeck of Grand Rapids, Michigan, in the increased amount of $46,200. It's been moved and supported. Any discussion on the item? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes unanimous. Brings us down to item R. Looking for a motion and support to approve the contract award to, for Blakely Avenue, Elm Avenue to Pleasant.
So move.
Excuse me. It's been motioned and supported. Any discussion on the item? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes unanimously. Item S, looking for a motion and support to approve contract award from for Oak Ridge Drive, Glen Drive to Grovedale Avenue.
So moved.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion on the item? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Councilmember Wood? Didn't pop. It's okay. Thank you. How about now? Okay. That's what I'm here for. Okay, passes unanimous. Brings us down to item T. Looking for a motion and support to approve the professional engineering services contract with Fishbeck of Lansing, Michigan for the design and construction administration of the fiscal year 2024 Clean Water State Revolving Fund project at the wastewater treatment plant in the amount of $1,510,000.
So moved.
So move.
Support.
Slowly moved and supported. Any discussion?
Yeah. Do your job.
So in your memo, this is explained. If you recall, the city was awarded a 2024 Clean Water State Revolving Fund grant and loan in the amount of $20,500,000. This represents, as I said, as is in the memo and in the motion, the engineering, the administration, design, and construction administration for the total project, or total projects within the big project.
Okay, thank you.
When you flush your toilets, it's gonna work.
Short story. I don't know if that's a
Now
if that's a
explain
question
what
for
toilet
more,
is.
or any other comments, questions, concerns? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes unanimous, brings us down to item U. Looking for a motion and support for the change order number 5 to the wastewater treatment plant Clean Water State Revolving Fund 2022 improvements contract with Allied Mechanical Services in the increased amount of $39,149.
Support.
Motion, support, discussion. Seeing or hearing none, clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes unanimously. Brings us down to item V. Looking for a motion and support to approve the city manager to sign an agreement with Industrial Steel Treatment and to accept a cash donation for the purchase, deployment, and training to create a drone program within the Jackson Fire Department.
So moved. Support.
It's moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes 6-1. Brings us down to item W. Looking for a motion of support to adopt a resolution of support to file an application for the United States Department of Transportation Rebuilding American Infrastructure with Sustainability and Equity 2024 Discretionary Grant Program. This is for the RAISE grant.
So moved.
A new RAISE grant. It's been moved and supported. This grant will be applied to Page Avenue, Elm Ave to Washington Avenue corridor. It's been moved and supported. Any discussion?
You trying to figure that out?
Mm-hmm. Just wanted to give a second for any questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, clarification.
Is this? Well, I guess you just want me to ask a question then. So is this identical to the same grant, MLK, or is this a little different, or is it more a higher dollar amount? Yes.
The name is the same. I'm sure the feds have tweaked some of their rules and regulations for it. The amount we are going for, is $3,995,275.
And
It
there's still,
includes-
oh,
You
go ahead.
you go first.
And it'll still, there is a required federal match for these grants?
10%.
Okay, so, and that'll be the same?
Yep.
Okay.
So the project is to reconstruct Washington from Cooper to Elm, replace the traffic signal on Elm and Page with mast arms, reconstruct Elm from Washington to Page, and resurface Page between Elm and the east city limits. Washington being the bogey that we really want to go after. East Washington.
So if that do happen, then East Washington will get work? And that'll be a special assessment? You had a railroad company, they don't pay special assessment.
Pardon me?
We have the railroad company, they don't pay special assessments.
Special assessments aren't currently contemplated in this project, but we'll have to look at it when the money actually comes in and see what we have in our major street funds.
Uh-oh. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
So for the MLK Drive project, did we receive 100% of the funds we requested in that instance?
Yes, Josh, check it.
We did?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's got a memory for this thing.
And that was after second try.
Okay.
Any further discussion? Seeing and hearing none, clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes unanimous. And we almost got through the entire alphabet. I almost want them to have added a few more items just to complete it. We was right there.
Yeah,
We could talk for another hour plus.
Not tonight, we're not going to.
We've done it before, where they just AA.
Yeah.
AC, that's, and it's happened, it's happened.
I better not challenge him to making it there.
I will make sure I fail at that one, I'm sorry, sir.
Okay, council member comments. Let's start with Councilmember Wood.
My condolences to those up on this dais who have lost somebody so far this year. May their memory be a blessing, and we mourn with you through this time. And also wanted to say that I appreciate Mr. Bermuth drafting a resolution that he did email to me this morning. I am not prepared to make a motion on that at this time. Thank you.
Councilmember Hunt.
I want to extend appreciation to the community for coming out and speaking to your concerns. We hear you. We are taking your concerns into consideration, and we encourage you to keep coming. We are here to serve you.
Councilmember Forgray.
Yeah, thanks. I'd like to echo Councilmember Wood's remarks. Deeply sorry for everybody who's lost a loved one up here. Incredibly difficult. And, my thoughts and prayers are with you. With that being said, too, I'd like to, I'm not going to make a motion tonight, but I would like to say publicly that we have had our city clerk read emails that are sent to us, I believe for the last couple of years. This is an artifact from COVID when we weren't meeting in person, is my understanding, is the way I recollect it. So back when we couldn't meet in person, we started the practice of reading them aloud so people could hear them. I can't speak for everybody, but I'd for one like to go back to accepting them, putting them in public record, but not reading them aloud. Again, I'm not ready to make a motion now, but I just want to say that publicly and go back to the way things used to be now that we can attend in person. Thank you.
Councilmember Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do want to just comment to residents of Ward 1 that came out today. I appreciate everyone coming out today. I don't know if I've seen it this full in here for a while. However, it's tough right now. I know the raise grant and how the funds are used and the concern for the residents. I know it's quickly that's coming back around to them. I know they had a 15-year break, but that's still quick when you're on a fixed income. So that would be something that we'll be thinking on very hard over the next couple of weeks. But I certainly don't want residents to think that I'm not listening. I do hear you, and I try to make the best decision, and I do try to make sure that my residents are satisfied with what's coming before them. So I'm certain there'll be more conversation around this, but I appreciate them all coming out today. They didn't think I was already looking, but I had been looking over this myself. But when I saw all those in the audience that I lived with and worked with and played with, you know, we go way back. So I do understand the toughness of trying to come up with assessment funds. And fixed income, I can relate to that too now. Other than that, that's all I have. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Dancy.
Oh, he said Vice Mayor. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I just want to say I thank each and everyone for coming out and expressing their opinion and, you know, their thoughts on everything tonight, have the conversation. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. When people come out and just, you know, have questions, ask questions, and thank engineering and city manager for, providing answers for them, kind of laying things out, what this mean, what that mean. Thank you for that. Also, I'd like to thank Lisa, staff, each and every one. I lost my father-in-law a couple weeks ago. I just thank each and every one for their thoughts, their prayers, and the cards and the text messages. I know each and every one of us who feel the same way. So I just like to thank each and every one for all your thoughts and prayers. And thank you so much. Love you. God bless. Have a great evening. We should keep going because I got to win my bet. Keep going, Freddie. You said, Okay, then, bye.
Councilmember Gunn.
Just thank you to everyone, too, who sent me texts and calls and cards, and for people who showed up to my mother's funeral, who I lost on January 14th. Thank you.
Okay, a couple of comments. Just want to say thank you to all of our public and public comments that we had tonight. Thank you to our staff for addressing all of our concerns, all of our questions. I do want to also say thank you specifically to the city manager and just publicly say how much I appreciate your care for more than just taking care of the business of the city, but taking care of the staff and those who make sure that the business gets taken care of. In my opinion, nothing is more important than family, and nothing superseded the reasons that we needed to cancel our last meeting, because we had several individuals who were impacted by having a loss, and I also just send my condolences to everybody who lost somebody, because 2024 is not playing around when it comes to time. People have taken some detrimental losses. So it just makes me hug my family a little bit tighter every day. There was just a couple of comments that I did want to address. I have been homeless before, so I do identify with the situation that our homeless population is going through, which is why I'm always willing to take a risk and do things that are outside of the norm of what city government is designed to do. I think that there were several great questions about other organizations, their staff and what their staff is being paid, but I question how many of their meetings have been attended by individuals who have those concerns, because their meetings are public also, and we don't dictate how much their staff gets paid or what they do with their finances. So I don't think this was necessarily the appropriate place to get the answers that individuals might be looking for on those questions. I do think we should ask for, and it probably already exists. I know Shane is usually on top of stuff like this, but I just wanted to ask if there was a one-pager for the major home repairs. Thank you. Can we have that digitally and then ask for our communications department to have that put on our social media? There was a gentleman tonight who made a comment during his public comment saying, hey, instead of paying this assessment, this money could be going towards fixing my roof, which leads me to believe that he may or may not know that we actually have a program that could assist him in getting his roof fixed. So I think that would be helpful for us to get that information put out there. I was going to say, hey, could you send that to him directly, but I don't want to be unfair to everybody else who may need that. So if we could just put that out there publicly in some way, that would be greatly appreciated. And Madam Clerk will have to kind of address this, Will, but I think that the only communications that are read out loud are during when we have a public hearing. So not regular public comment, but when we have a public hearing, those emailed comments are the only ones that are read out loud. Okay.
I think in the past, what we did was just say they opposed it or they were in favor of it. We didn't read the entire comment, but there was a request that the entire comment be read into the record.
So just a question. If we did go back to that, one, would that require any action from us as a council is my first question. The second thing is, if we did go back to that, does that stop that individual's entire comment from going into record?
So what happens with the necessity and specifically the confirmation hearings is they go on record as opposing the project, which keeps intact their ability to protest it with the tribunal, the Michigan Tribunal. So literally, the thing that goes in the minute is their name and address and that they opposed it.
Okay.
So it's not their full comment. But what I did in the past was forward you the emails that I received or letters that I received so that you guys could see the nature of the full comment before you got to the meeting.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the explanation. The last thing that I have is just a request for Mr. Dowling. If you could possibly work with Mr. Willis on getting a communication out, one to our communications department, but also to the MLK Corridor Authority through the outlets that the authority has also about the street reconstruction and the presentation that will be done next month. I know we put it in the newspaper, but I think that it would help if we could inform more citizens that if they are interested in further understanding exactly how that assessment works, exactly what the design looks like and the layout looks like, that way we can make sure that we consider all comments and concerns from the citizens who live on that strip of MLK. That would be greatly appreciated. That would conclude my comments. Mr. City Manager.
Managers aren't allowed to comment after 9:45.
Okay. Looking for a motion.
So move.
It's been moved and supported. We are adjourned.
Okay, I wait.